After that report I got yesterday, I'm super excited. That fall was scary.
They didn't get it on video?
The fall? Yeah. No, that's what the attorney said too. All right, we call this special meeting of the City Council for Walton Beach to order on Tuesday, September 30th at 4 p.m. At this time, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Come on in, Miss Debbie. Right. Now we're looking for an approval of the agenda. Yes, sir.
Did notice we put a public comments general section at the start. I think the intent was we would just have public comment on each item as you consider it, but y'all might consider it a better idea just to hear a bunch of public comments at the start. But considering that y'all have to, per the charter, actually hear public comment on each motion y'all do, we just left it to speed up the meeting to go through each public comment.
Let's go with that first play you mentioned after each one. Give the public an opportunity to comment. Thank you for that clarification. Do I got a motion for approval of the agenda?
Second.
All right, moved by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Berry. Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Berry? All right, let's go to vote. Right, passes unanimously. Action, direction, discussion, item 4.1. Consideration of the Charter Review Commission's recommendation for amendments to the charter.
Thanks, Mayor. And I guess I'll do most of the presentation on behalf of, I guess, the commission. Obviously, some commissioners are here, Mr. Minnick as well, and they can always add if I miss anything. But the Charter Review Commission met several times over several months, and they came out with a report and some recommendations that have been provided to council. And ultimately, they recommended changes to almost every single section, not all sections of the charter. I think there were 4 sections left completely untouched. And then the remaining 31 sections, they made various changes, whether or not they were ministerial, minor, major, one proposed new provision, and they deleted some sections as well. And we'll go through those one at a time tonight, because I think that's the most logical way to do it. And we'll be just asking that you either accept the recommendation of the Charter Review Commission, reject their recommendation, or accept the recommendation with modifications. And then the result of your vote will allow us to prepare an ordinance for each one of the Charter Review amendments to go to referendum then, and we can probably get those back to you before the end of the year. So that's the intent. And if you have any questions before we get started, I can answer those, but if you want to go and roll up your sleeves and get down to it, we can.
See any questions, Mr. Walker?
Yeah, just I've seen some public comment regarding the advertisement. I know it might have been before your time, Mr. Davis, fully, I'm not sure, but maybe not. Maybe time flies. But where all was the Charter Review Committee meetings posted or shared or advertised? Yeah, we'll start there. I've got a follow.
Where?
When and where? How often did the city advertise out to the public? Was it posted through the social media channel? Do you know?
It may have been, but I'm pretty sure it was on our website.
It was on the website, on the just like the council meeting.
Just like a council meeting?
And I advertised each meeting as a special meeting in the newspaper, like usually several weeks, 2, 3, even 4 weeks ahead of each meeting.
Gotcha, but we're not aware of any social media postings about it.
Usually, Devin, I don't check the social media,
Sure.
but usually Devin posts all upcoming meetings, and he'll usually have a link to it.
Gotcha.
I cannot answer him if he did that for the Charter Review Commission meeting.
Thank you. I followed up I touched base with the original motioner, Mr. Smith, on this, and just wanted to follow up with him on his intent as he made the motion for the Charter Review Committee. And, you know, obviously he missed out on the election, so he wasn't here to see it all the way through. But one of his points was that it was a solicitation for public input. And do we know if there was any solicitation to the public for input on the charter review invite for public comments, or was it just a posting on the website and in the newspaper?
I have it added up here.
Just the typical.
Okay. I mean, you're not aware of any, and that's really what I wanted to know, if there was any invitation for the public previously to attend the meetings. I know there was an incident at one of them where someone, Mr. Smith, tried to speak at it, and there were some issues related to that and some confusion. But did we have any other public comments into the Charter Review Committee that came in directly to the Charter Review Committee, public input?
I think Sabu came one day. I don't remember all of them, but there was a couple people that spoke. I think Mr. Smith spoke, potentially. Did you speak at all? I don't remember.
Okay.
She was here except for the last two. Mr. Berry was here for the first two.
No, I was here for all three.
All right, any follow-up questions, or we good to go?
Good to go.
Any more questions? Anybody have before we roll up our sleeves and dive into the... Let's dive into it, Mr. Brown.
All right, so the first item is section 1, and it's titled Municipality Established. The Charter Review Commission recommended taking out all but the last sentence, and then just adding the city of Fort Walton Beach to the last sentence. Effectively, what that does, that gets rid of a reference just to the city of Fort Walton and not Fort Walton Beach earlier in that provision, and it gets rid of some old kind of outdated language. It really has no true substantive changes, but it does provide clarification because it gets rid of the reference to just Fort Walton. And that's basically a description of what the changes are that they made. It's up to y'all if you want to accept it, reject it, or accept it with changes.
All right, we'll go through one item at a time. Any questions that we have up here first? Mr. Jeter?
So some of these clerical cleanups, we would call them, would not necessarily just be recommended by the committee, would also be recommended by you and Kim as well, or some things that, just some house cleaning items that are...
Yeah, and if you want, I can say, I would recommend y'all do approve of this one.
Yeah, if there's any of them that you highly recommend based on a clerical side, that would be good to know up front. Secondly, are ones like this, are they required to go out to a referendum, or should this be something that we can just do?
There's only, I'm going to say there's only 2 changes they recommended that could possibly skip a referendum out of all the other sections that you, and that would be, this would be one of the 2. The next one being section 2, which we'll discuss here in a minute. And really that decision though, once y'all, today, once you've approved of any item or rejected it, we'll kind of consider each of the items and consider if maybe if any other items besides like this first section 1 change can not have to go to a referendum. And if so, we would obviously recommend to y'all not to send it to referendum since it's just a clerical change, but still, it's still going to have to be passed by ordinance, still the same way. And so we would need to know today whether or not you approve or reject it. So.
Got it. And I guess a follow-up question to that, so I don't ask this every single time down through here. The things that we cannot change in-house that are clerical are going to go back out to the voters if they're even approved here. It's
Correct.
not like we're going to reverse any voters' decisions in the past. They're going to go back out.
Correct.
Okay.
The only things that can be changed without a referendum are doing things like adding the word beach to the city of Fort Walton, just because the 1950, I think the city wasn't called Fort Walton Beach back then, it was called Fort Walton in the original charter. So that's clerical. I know there was a change made back in 2021. They got rid of gender pronouns within the entire charter. They went to all gender neutral language. You can make a change like that because state law allows something like that because it's not really considered substantive. But most of the rest of the changes in here are substantive.
Got it.
Any other questions? Ms. Neighbors, I know this is one thing that you presented on. Does this look good? Okay. Seeing no more questions up here, anybody from the public that would like to ask any questions or make any comments for this first item of business?
Can I make a general statement?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Robert Smith, here in my personal capacity, but with experience of being a member of the Charter Review Committee. To be direct, this committee was not unbiased. The majority of the appointees were former city staff or former elected officials, all of whom were against the charter amendments that were passed by the voters. Rather than pursuing an honest effort to clarify or modernize our charter, the committee has sought to undermine the will of the people. Let me remind you that more than 73% of the registered voters participated in the recent referendum, perhaps the highest turnout in the city history. Those voters overwhelmingly supported the charter amendments, yet the committee seeks to unravel those results. Some members have even suggested that the public was not properly informed. A municipal charter review committee's purpose should be to ensure that our city's foundational rules remain consistent with what our community expects. According to established practice, charter review committees occur every 6 to 10 years to address outdated language, correct inconsistencies, and clarify the charter, but not to disregard recent electoral will. We just held a referendum and the outcome was clear. The voters spoke, and the public has not asked for these amendments to be reversed. Those opposed to the referendum are simply asking for a second chance, even though it goes against the democratic process. Furthermore, most proposed changes stand to benefit city staff and union interests and not the citizens. The purpose of a charter review is not to write new law. That task rightly belongs to the city council, not to appointed committee members. Elected officials must not expect political insulation by simply adopting a committee recommendations. Accountability lies with you guys and not with the Charter Review Committee. My recommendation is simple. Accept only those charter revisions that clean up outdated language, resolve inconsistencies, or provide necessary clarification. Do not approve any amendment that materially alters the meaning of the charter or undermines what the voters have already decided. Let's respect the will of the citizens, protect the integrity of the referendum, and uphold true democratic values. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
On that issue.
Come up to the mic, Ms. Paula. State your name and address.
Actually, I was holding off on commenting because I thought this was just on section 1. Aren't we going to have a comment after each one?
We are.
Okay, then I would like to do that then. I don't have a
Perfect,
comment
even better.
on section 1.
Okay, we are in section 1 now, correct?
I think it's only comments till later section.
Okay.
Is that correct?
All right. All right, looking for some action.
So moved, staff's recommendation.
We got a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Browning? Any other comments?
And that's to accept the change, correct?
Correct.
Just for clarity, the staff recommendation was charter review, but today we'll assume if you say staff recommendation, you mean charter review.
You call. Thanks for keeping it
Commissioner,
straight, Mr. Browning.
yeah.
All right, item number 2.
Okay, section 2, the changes that it's titled Validation of Local Rules, Ordinances, Property Rights, Liabilities, etc. They want to change the title just to Validation of Local Rules. And they did, again, make the same change, adding the word beach to Fort Walton. And then they did remove the last sentence. The last sentence is kind of just legalese, very outdated legalese, probably from the 50s, that no longer has really any legal import today. And so they did provide cleanup that I would recommend that y'all do pass, and it really does not substantively change anything, though, if you didn't pass it.
All right. Any questions for city attorney, city manager? Seeing none. Any questions, comments from the public on this section? All right. Seeing none. Looking for some action.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Moved by Mr. Jeter, seconded by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Browning? Yes, sir. Any other comments, things to add? Mr. Walker?
Yeah. Wasn't sure how all this was going to go, so I'll start on the second one. I didn't start on the first one, but I thank you, Mr. Smith, for your comments there. I concur and agree that the review committee that was put together was biased from day one. As simple as that first section was with the change of the beach, the entire process was corrupted. when there is a person or a body or an entity or committee that I rely on good and faithful and honest presentation and putting together an assemblage of these words, when I can't trust that system, that committee, I can't trust anything they say. I've read this thing countless times, and I can't tell you how many times I've struggled to find out what might be the intent of that. Now, item 1 was not one, item 2 has not been one yet, but throughout this Charter Reviews Committee and the recommendations they've made, especially items 33, 34, and 35, I have lost all trust in the entire committee and the votes and the changes they've recommended. So as easy as Fort Walton Beach would have been to accept, I chose not to accept it, and I won't be accepting the second or any future ones in it. And I do look forward to having continuing conversations on each one of these items as they come forward. So thank you.
All right, any more? All right, let's go to a vote. All right, 6-1. Let's go to section 3.
Okay, actually, it's section 23 is the next section, because the way I've organized the presentation here today was to kind of get y'all moving on the ministerial stuff first, and then the very easy to discuss stuff next. And so the next one is section 23, oath of office. And they suggested, I know Ms. Kopp did recommend that they do as well, that they remove section 23 because state law already requires certain officers to take the oath of office, and so it's just kind of redundant with state law, and it probably was not required at the time it was added in there under state law, but nowadays you do have to. So y'all can make the decision whether or not to delete it. If y'all don't delete it, it won't impact anything because state law already covers that.
Sounds good. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Public? Any questions, comments? Are you looking for some action?
I'll make a motion that we leave it in place. Hearing from staff that it would not change anything.
I'll second for conversation.
Again,
Mr. Walker?
Yeah.
Any comments?
No comments.
Any other comments?
so Mr. Rins, back to some of our original questions. Would your legal opinion, would it be wise to remove this? It's just
I'm neutral.
undated language.
And this is not me being an attorney trying to jump around on your side. I'd be neutral on this one. It doesn't hurt and doesn't help. And so if you want to leave it in there because it's never wrong to require an oath of office, that's your choice.
So it really, other than just reading a little bit
makes
longer.
sense. I do believe some of their concerns were to try to lessen the length of the charter, make it easier to read. I think the Charter Review Commission wanted to cut out some of the redundant stuff, and so they consider this to be redundant with state law. And so I think if your intent today is to shorten the length of the charter to make it a little bit easier for someone to read through the entire thing, then you probably would want to remove it, but otherwise it's not one from a legal perspective that I can weigh in either way because it won't impact anything.
So where would this one fall underneath the clerical side, or this is going to go out to a referendum?
This would you actually again, like I said, I need to go back and determine afterwards if this is clerical. That decision doesn't need to be made today by y'all. If y'all do approve it or reject it, then we would come back and let you know at a later time if it can be clerical and not have to actually go to the referendum.
Okay, it would just be nice to know today so that we don't bombard any voters with.
This, I would err on the side of this is probably substantive then, because there's an independent requirement for the oath of office here in the charter.
In that case, I will be supporting the motion because we don't need redundancy for our voters.
Ms. Riley?
This question, Attorney Burns, is I wanted a little bit more clarification. So if it's covered under the state of Florida, so my understanding is, I'm trying to be real clear and concise on this. So my understanding is, from what you have just told us, the state of Florida has already had this, so this pretty much is already set as some kind of precedent or standard for the state of Florida. Is that correct?
Correct. Under the state constitution.
Under the state constitution, so that's good enough for me. If it's under the state constitution, that means it's covered, right? Is that correct?
It's legally covered.
Legally covered, and there should not be any discrepancies. I would think if it's legally cover. Is that correct?
Correct. Only if y'all left it in here and for some reason they changed the state constitution or removed the requirement for an oath of office, then you still have a requirement in here.
So what I'm understanding then, if it's deleted, you're covered one way or the other. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, any more follow-up questions? Now let's go to a vote.
And the motion was made by Mr. Walker, right, to reject it? Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that passes 6-1. Section 24, is that right, Mr. Burns?
Correct. So this next section is titled Continuation of Present Officers. They recommended deletion of the entire section. And this is, again, I believe this section was in here when they came up with the original charter. They already had some city employees at the time. And so they just put that in there to state that, any person already holding office or employed by the city would still continue in their current role once the new charter was passed. And so it is redundant language ultimately at the end of the day. Again, I would say it's even lower in importance than Section 23 from standpoint an oath of office is actually a substantive item. The Section 24 actually probably will be one of those items I would err on the side of saying it's ministerial, but I'm not 100% on that today. But I would err on the side if you remove this, there's not going to be any legal effect whatsoever.
All right. Any questions? Mr. Judy?
Level 2 to some of these other questions. So should we accept this recommendation and remove it and come to find out, or let's say there's one that's the opposite as we're going down through here. When we get to a first reading, you'll have the information to say, hey, this is ministerial or this is substantive and we need to maybe look at it this way. And we can make another decision at that time when the ordinance, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. My legal recommendation today would be if you want to follow the will of the Charter Review Commission, they wanted to recommend that remove the section, then I would just pass it to respect their wishes.
Got it.
And as far as it going to a referendum, we won't be deciding today, but at some point, the council will be deciding which of whatever does get approved today goes on what referendum and when.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to set up a picture. We're not going to be down with possibly 10 or 15 on one referendum. Are we trying to space them out, or is that for a conversation on another day?
So the last item on the agenda today is discussion on timeline and proposed referendum date. But we could make it dates if y'all want to pick different dates for different items.
But, Mr. Mayor, to his point there,
So there may be, it depends on what this body passes today, there may be, and the date is irrelevant in my question, but there could be 5, 10, 15, 18 charter amendments that would be on a ballot measure individual, correct?
Correct, if you picked one date for the referendum.
You're right, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Questions? All right, any more questions from the public? Comments? Mr. Minnick?
My name's Mike Minnick. I live at 106 Windmill Circle. Item 23, I was going to comment about that. I was recommended by the attorney that sat with our commission. I'm concerned, where's that attorney today? Why isn't she here? I mean, you're offering opinions that were different than hers. So that was a recommendation she made to the committee. That's why we went forward with it.
She recommended it based on the fact if you want to. Yep, sorry.
All the questions need to be addressed.
I'm sorry. Well, I just kind of looked over that way. I meant to address it to you. So that's just a concern. I mean, it was some of the recommendations you're going to see as we go farther in were recommended by Ms. Kopp. And she isn't here today, so I'm hearing a little bit different recommendations by a different attorney. So that's things that I have a kind of a concern with.
Thank you for your comments, sir. All right.
And I can address that to the chairman if you want, to bring to some consistency.
If you would like, yeah, I just didn't want you to feel like at that time you needed to, but I just want to make sure all the questions were brought to the...
So the commission did want to cut down the length of the charter as much as possible to get rid of redundant language, and Ms. Kopp basically said this was already covered by state law, and it was redundant, so if they wanted to remove it.
Thank you for the comment. All right, any other comments from the public or questions? All right. Seeing none.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second. We have a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter?
Yeah, just getting a lot of good thoughts, a lot of good feedback in here. The more this goes along, the more I see as well. A lot of this is going to be like some other stuff in a regular meeting where we're going to have more data on the first reading of any of these, and you'll be able to tell us better answers to some of the questions we've already had. So proceeding with any and all of these recommendations is really just making the charter better. We're not passing anything tonight.
No, you're going to have multiple more votes on this before it goes to referendum.
Got it.
Mr. Brown? Any other follow-up comments, Mr. Walker?
Question maybe, so reading the section 24, if this body passes this to remove it from the charter, all persons holding office in or employed by the city at the time this charter goes into effect. That's been in place since our formation or sometime thereafter, correct? So it's been there. Okay. So that person holding office or employed in the city at the time of this charter goes into effect shall continue in such office. So now with this, if this is removed, all persons holding office shall not continue in such office. Is that correct?
I don't believe any of those people are still alive, but they might be.
Okay. And I didn't know if it was being applicable to a new adoption of this charter.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, this was something put in at the time that original charter.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Seeing no more, let's go to a vote. Passes 6-1. Let's go to 25,
26.
Section 26, excuse me.
Section 26 is titled Property Rights, Obligations, Ordinances, etc. Continued. And so there's another item that Ms. Kopp, along with the commission, both agreed need to be removed. It's redundant. It's filled with a lot of concepts that aren't legally, they're either controlled by statute or just not legally applicable today. And so I would recommend that it be removed. I know Ms. Kopp did as well, and I know the commission agreed because their intention was to try to cut down on redundancy.
All right. Any questions? Questions, comments from the public? All right. Seeing none, looking for some action.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Berry. Mr. Jeter?
No, sir.
Mr. Berry?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, anybody else? Go to vote. Passes 6-1.
The next item is section 27, offices and employment continued. It's similar to section 24 in that it was kind of again stating the same thing, that all officers and employees of the city shall continue in their offices after the effective date of this charter until they are replaced by election or appointment in accordance with the provisions of this charter. That's state law as is anyway, so that's why I think the recommendation was made, just to remove that. It is a little bit broader than section 24, but Ms. Kopp recommended it. I know the commission also recommended it, and it is the state law anyway, so any officer and employee of the city would continue in their employment anyway if a change was made to the charter that subsequently affects their rights.
Probably get the same answer, but do we know if this would be having to go to a referendum, or could it be done without going to a referendum?
Like the 124 definitely would not have to. This one, I would need to think a little harder. Probably not, though. This one probably will not have to go to referendum, but before I say definitively yes, I want to put a little more thought into that.
Okay, so what I'm envisioning too is in a future meeting, I think Mr. Jeter alluded to this and said it, but just to make sure, we can have a future meeting of, hey, these are the things that have to go to referendum because of the amount of changes. These are the things that are clerical that we can do via ordinance that don't have to go to a referendum, question mark. Is that something we can do in a future meeting? Because I guess the reason why I'm asking this question is I'm inclined to vote no on things that if we have to go to a referendum on some of these clerical things, it's just going to be a saturation of a lot of things that could be very confusing for the community on what they're voting for. So do we know that yet as far as procedure goes?
Oh, either way, they would have to go to, there's still going to have to be 2 readings of an ordinance, either to remove something without a referendum or with a referendum, because ultimately you're going to pass 2 readings of an ordinance for each of the items to send it to referendum if it goes to referendum. So, but what we could do at the meeting when we bring all these back before you, if I say, our research shows section 27 should go to referendum, then y'all can make that decision at that point in time to be like, we don't want that clogging up the ballot at that point. We can live with it being in the charter if we think that's going to create 30 questions for the public to have to answer.
That's it, Mr. Jeter?
You just answered my question spot on. I think we're all chopping down the same tree here. Should we accept all these recommendations tonight? They're going to come back to us, and you would be able to black and white say at a future meeting, hey, this is redundant, it should be removed. However, it has to go to a referendum. It doesn't hurt to leave it in there. Let's.
Correct.
At that point in time, we can make that. So I'm more inclined to accept every recommendation. It just continues collaboration, communication, and then we can decide at that time which one of these are. You answered my question. Perfect. Got it.
Good stuff. All right. Any other questions? Mr. Berry?
Yes, please clarify this for me. Offices and employee. Whenever we speak of officers, who are we referring to?
Me, Mr. Davis, and Ms. Barnes are the 3 officers.
Okay, that's what I needed clarification. Okay, thank you.
Right. Have we asked the public for comment or questions? And if we have, this is the second time. Seeing none, looking for some action.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Jeter and second by Ms. Riley. Mr. Jeter?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Riley?
I just want to discuss an agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you on that part. We know, whether or not it can go to a referendum or not, it will be good to kind of put it out so we won't waste that time. So,
That's it.
So, yeah,
That's
so I
it.
agree with you on that.
Okay, any other comments before we go to a vote? All right, let's do it. All right, passes 6-1. Now we're going with section 30, but Mr. Burns, keep me straight if it's not section 30.
It is section 30, but we can actually, if y'all are okay with it, consider section 29. It should have been also included in this section of, but I guess I won't, because it's a really easy one since y'all are trying to cover ministerial stuff right now, because there's only 2 other items that are arguably ministerial. It'd be section 29 and section 30. So if you want to consider section 29 out of order, we can.
Yeah, let's go ahead and iron out 29, and then we'll knock out 30.
So
29, repealer.
Section 29 is titled Repealer, and all they did is they changed the word laws and replaced it with ordinances, and law with ordinances. And so I think they just did that to make it clear that any ordinances that conflict with the charter, not any laws, are hereby repealed. So ultimately, after the election, whatever changes that the public ends up voting on and passing, if there's any ordinances in place, they'll automatically be repealed for legal effect, is what that does. So you want to leave it in there and not cut the whole thing out, but I think they just wanted to clarify and make it ordinances, not laws, and I do recommend that y'all make that change.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Mayor, so moved the recommended changes by the Charter Review Committee.
Second.
All right. I don't have any further comments. Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
All right, any other comments? Let's go to a vote. All right, 5-2. Let's go on to 30.
And then section 30 was titled Effective Date. It says this act shall take effect immediately upon becoming law. At one point in time, there must have been 30 sections that were, that might have been the original charter at 30 sections, so they just had an effective date clause in there. All the ordinances that are ultimately going to be passed that change any sections, whether or not they're by referendum or not, if they're ministerial, will contain effective dates in the ordinances, and that'll be controlling ultimately. And so this is just an effective date provision that really is outdated and can be removed to remove confusion.
Good deal. And just a reminder, we're going to come back in a future meeting and discuss what has to go to referendum or not, because a lot of these things are going to hopefully not, this is a lot as far as, information to try to educate the community on what we're voting on. All right, any more questions? Seeing none, public, any questions? On section 29, or are we going to go to another section, Ms. Paula?
This was 30.
30? We're jumping around a lot. Thank you.
I'm just wondering why we can't put it up on the screen. I'm having a look on my phone to see this. Is there no ability to put this on the screen?
Thanks, Mr. Davis. All right. Any more questions from the public? All right, seeing none, let's get some action.
Motion to accept recommendation.
Second. All right, motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Merrill. Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Merrill? Let's go to vote. Or, what, excuse me, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, just a question. I'm just looking back.
In history, it was interesting to hear you say that 30 probably ended it. Everything prior to that was the new foundation of the city, right?
Correct.
And then it says this act shall take effect immediately upon it becoming a law. Did they have a period of implementation of a year or two to actually implement and bring this into effect? Because it's a pretty big change. It was complex, for sure, for a new operation, city government operating. Did they have a couple of years to put all the 1 through 29 into effect, or did it happen right then?
No idea.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Any other questions? All right, let's go to a vote. All right, 6-1. Where we going next, Mr. Burns?
Section 3, so we've now passed all, or y'all passed or either rejected any of the, well, I'll call the ministerial changes that can arguably be handled without a referendum. I think most of the rest of the changes are going to be, have to be handled by referendum, but some of the items we can probably combine. You'll see later on some of the sections probably into one ballot question. For example, I know there's several sections that deal with the city manager's duties, and there were a lot of, there were several changes made to those. We can probably, if we can fit it in a 75-word ballot, probably make that one ballot question ultimately, if we can, for the public. So from this point on, though, they're all substantive and they will have to be voted on, though.
Okay, thanks for that.
So,
go ahead.
So section 3, creation and composition of council, and so they made several changes to this section. One, that they just clarified that the members are nonpartisan. They're already, y'all are already, just so you know, nonpartisan. It's a nonpartisan election anyway, because you don't declare, like on the ballot, that you're Republican or Democrat, so the ballot doesn't have an REP or a DEM next to your name. But this does clarify, and if this is left in there, then if the state law ever changed, then to allow city councils to be partisan, that they would remain nonpartisan. So that is a substantive change. And then they did change the residency requirement from 6 months to 1 year. So an individual would have to live within the city limits for 1 year instead of 6 months prior to qualifying. And then also they did remove the last sentence because that's already state law anyway. If you grounds for having to, or for removal are committing a crime while in office. And so I think the reason to remove that was just remove a redundancy with state law. And so they made 3 changes here, one very minor, one removing a redundancy, and then one a major substantive change, changing the residency requirement to 1 year.
Just curious, does state law speak to allowing someone that's convicted of a crime while in office?
So the way it's actually handled, if someone is convicted of a crime while in office, then you actually would notify, you would have a procedure in here to discipline them, but the discipline ultimately would be just a recommendation to the governor to have them removed. Typically what happens, I know this is what happened out in the city of Destin when one of their council members got removed just a few years ago. The governor was notified independently of the felony. I think they were arrested actually in that situation for alleged felony. The governor stepped in, and the governor is pretty consistent about this too, but Rick Scott and DeSantis both have always come down almost immediately and suspended the individual from office. They won't remove them because ultimately all the governor can do is suspend you, and then you actually go to a trial in front of the state Senate. and so for removal, and so that's actually the process of how someone is removed. So y'all have your process in here for disciplining if someone's convicted. Ultimately, that's just, you would take them through that whole process to then send that to Governor DeSantis, who would immediately suspend them. Just to, so this is a redundancy because I think leaving it in there makes it seem like they automatically will forfeit their office, and that's actually not the case. They might still be in office for a couple weeks until Governor DeSantis signs an order.
Even if the charter says they would have to be immediately forfeit
Correct.
from office?
Correct.
Okay. So I was just curious to see where the state standard was compared to this. All right, thank you. Any more questions? All right, any questions, comments for the public?
I do have a question. Does state law provide, define a crime as a felony or misdemeanor?
Mr. Burns, can you answer?
It's both. It is both. So that one was actually, I do know felonies provide the governor automatic grounds to order removal, not a misdemeanor. So unless it's a misdemeanor, no, it's charged, being charged. The governor can remove you, they can suspend you or charge. They have to wait for your conviction before your trial before the Senate. But the governor can immediately suspend you.
If this body, if it comes to be that this body ever becomes a compensated body, that suspension, will the pay continue or be suspended without pay, or is that the governor's call?
It's suspended without pay.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? All right. Looking for some action.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Moved by Mr. Jeter, seconded by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Browning. Any further comments by the rest of the board? Let's go to vote. All right, 6-1. Looks like we're on section 6.
Section 6 next, correct. And in section 6, the changes that were recommended, this is it's titled Regular and Special Meetings of the Council. And this just clarifies, because originally it said on the first day of July 1956, but they changed it to say at the first regular council meeting in April of each year in which there are elections of council members or a special meeting of the council. Basically, the meeting will be held where you're sworn in, is what that says. So they clarified it just to kind of clean it up and make sure that's all it says ultimately. And then also, they did make a change, the next to last sentence. They did note that all meetings of the council and the committees shall be open to the public as provided by state law. That's just a clarification that's in there. Even if that was in there or not in there, you still would be able to have sunshine or shade meetings for litigation. And for example, the one we had with the fire department's collective bargaining agreement at the last meeting, you still would be able to have those because state law overrules it. But this just clarifies, just, because you want your charter to be clear for the lay person who's reading it to know that you're not violating your charter. So I think that's why they put that in there.
Well, it looks like a lot of people in the community will be learning more about this item. Any more questions? All right. Any more questions or comments from the public?
Here's what makes it substantive, just so you know as well. Sorry. So the middle sentence that they cut out that said special meeting shall be called by the clerk upon written request of the mayor, city manager, or 3 members of the council. That's being removed from the charter. That's currently in your resolution that you have, that y'all have that governs your meetings. It also restates that. But that's being removed as a charter power. So just so you know.
So we got some tools or some layers to resolution already kind of speak to it.
It does. This actually would create flexibility in that you could, if one council doesn't want it to be that easy to call a special meeting, then you can make that change as you see fit on how easy it is to call a special meeting.
Okay. Any questions from the public? Comments from the public? Seeing none.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second. All right. Another motion by Mr. Jeter, another second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter.
Yeah, I can't say enough, and you just spoke on as well. I think this, again, regardless of what comes of this, this may be something that we decide not to change, but it's just enlightening and, educating more people about the charter and what we can or can't do and how we can or can't change it. So let's just proceed and press forward. I look at all this stuff too and go, there's a lot of wise people that were on this committee that helped us make some of these changes, and 2 very wise attorneys have gone through here with the red line. And I don't know when the last time ours was updated, but As Mr. Smith said, there's typical state standard every 6 to 10 years. So ours has been around 60 or 70 years and we haven't done this, 10 times. Again, I just look at all this as a positive, regardless of if the change ever occurs or not. This is just moving the ball forward to make good changes or decide not to.
Mr. Browning? Any other comments?
I do.
Mr. Walker?
I'm just curious about our founders back then, if they intended to, laugh about the April Fool's Day installation of a new council up here. It's on April 1st. So I have a feeling some of them were laughing, talking about the positions we would be in, but just that commentary, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right. More comments? Let's go to vote. All right, 6-1.
Okay, the next section is section 7, election of the mayor and mayor pro tem, general duties of mayor. The changes that were made to this section, like they did with the city council section, they made it clear that the mayor is a nonpartisan election. But they also added a provision in here that the mayor pro tem will be, I think, chosen on an annual basis. And I believe currently y'all do it on every 2 years, correct? On a biannual basis. And then they removed a sentence that was redundant because it's already covered in their section of the mayor shall be subject to the same prohibitions against interfering with or suggesting to the city manager. I believe that probably was originally intended to be the provision that says the city council cannot interfere with the city manager's, day-to-day duties regarding employees and whatnot, and other items are spelled out. So I think, but again, that's already covered elsewhere. And then one change that is substantive, but I think substantive more in form than anything, is they did change the last sentence just to make it clear that the mayor cannot take command of the police and maintain order and enforce law in the state of emergency. They can just basically declare a state of emergency.
Interesting. Good stuff. Any questions? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I got a comment. And this applies several times throughout this document. What Mr. Burns stated about section 14 that says the council shall not interfere with appointments and removals. The suggestion is to add the mayor to that section. So if that section doesn't pass, then you will have removed the requirement in this section that the mayor not to interfere. So the two sections of them are tied together.
It's 14 and 7.
14 and 7.
And that's good that we have members of the Charter Review Commission here to point that out, because, so we'll consider maybe 14 logically next afterwards.
Any other comments from the public? All right, seeing none.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second. All right, we got a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by myself, Schmidt. Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further comments. Any other council members have any other comments? All right, let's go to a vote. All right, 6-1.
And
we're going to...
And one good point that
14 now?
we'll do 14 next, but one good thing to point out to y'all now is obviously a ballot question probably combine 7 and 14 as one ballot question if we can, because it's going to make similar changes regarding interference. And so I know y'all are concerned about the number of questions and watering it down. So we'll do our best to try to, the 75 word limit is going to be our big limit. So going to section 14, if y'all don't mind us considering that out of order real quick.
Let's do it.
Okay. Section 14 was originally entitled Council Not to Interfere in Appointments or Removals Violating a Misdemeanor or Forfeiture of Office. They added mayor and to the beginning of that section, and they make it clear that the mayor is also subject to the same prohibitions that the council is currently subjected to.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the council? Questions, comments from the community and public? Yeah, Mr. Smith?
And this goes back to removal. But this section mentions a misdemeanor conviction shall immediately cause forfeiture. Is that consistent with state law? And state law requires due process from what I was able to determine, but let the attorney.
Well, there's no, again, like I already told you earlier, you don't have an immediate forfeiture at your office. Y'all would have to go through, there's a disciplinary process, actually under the state statute, if you want to discipline another member of the council. I think they might even put a section in here that possibly is one of the ballot questions, we'll get to in a little bit, that does so as well. But if it's not, there's a default provision under state statute that the best, when it says immediate forfeiture, it's just, that's immediate grounds to bring the mini trial that you're going to have to hold on that individual council member. And ultimately, if y'all do decide at the end of that mini trial that they should be removed, you would then forward that decision on to the governor. So there's no immediate forfeiture of the office.
Gotcha. There's a standard already set statutorily.
It is. It's preemption. You're preempted from that happening.
Sounds good.
Just
come on.
Should we clarify that to make it what the attorney
Just said?
What the attorney just said? Make it more clear.
Mr. Burns, what are your thoughts about that?
Certainly. We can come back if you want to come back, and what we can do is any reference that we cover here today that says immediate forfeiture of office, we'll just make it clear that it's the grounds for a forfeiture of office, something similar to that, and we can make that change consistent throughout the entire.
Let's do that.
And we can come back and when we present the proposed language to at the whatever meeting we come back with all the ordinances, that change will be made universally under each change you're making here today.
Gotcha.
And I guess if you just make a motion on that item, though, directing us to do it.
Okay. Ms. Robert.
Attorney Burns, so in terms of the forfeiture of office, is that automatically going to due process?
They're going to be given their due process. So what it is, it's going to be grounds for forfeiture. And so if they commit a misdemeanor and the council learns about it, they can initiate a disciplinary process that will not immediately result in your forfeiture of office. What will happen is they'll, because they won't be able to suspend, when I say you, I'm saying that the council member who gets charged with a misdemeanor, if they get charged with a misdemeanor or a felony, the council would learn about it and then notify them that we're going to have a trial on X date. And but that council member still gets to sit there as a council member until the governor actually suspends it. And so it's not going to be immediate. Now, that council member would be prohibited, just if any of y'all are thinking about this, from necessarily voting on whether or not to discipline themselves, because that would be a conflict of interest. So, was that your question?
No, it's just interesting. It's just interesting to think that, so this is talking about a council member, this council, future council, they interfere with Mr. Davis's and they go and tell him, or the next city manager or the next one, and tell him, hey, hire this person, fire that person, whatever the case may be. And so that is a clear violation of this language. And so who would actually be charging that council member with the misdemeanor? Would it be a police action? Would it be an attorney? Who would be charging that council member with the violation or a misdemeanor?
Well, the only charging, the police could arrest that individual. So someone would have to swear out allegations to file a report, or they could go to the state attorney's office, who could do the same and get a warrant for the arrest of the individual, or they could go get a grand jury to do the same. There's multiple options.
Gotcha.
Any further questions or any follow-up questions?
So, for now.
Right. Mr. Mayor.
So you would like the motion to accept the recommendation to include the word grounds? That way it would...
Yeah, the easiest thing would be, if you all want to accept this provision as is, just accept it and then make a second motion after that, just directing myself to go back and uniformly, every time it says, because there are other sections either that would be passed or not passed, pass, but basically to bring everything that's potentially going to be changed to say it's just grounds for forfeiture, not immediate forfeiture. But I'd like that to be a second motion if you don't mind.
Okay.
He stated a moment ago about the person that might be accused of a misdemeanor or whatever, about voting. Would that person be able to vote, or?
They probably would have a conflict to vote on whether or not they can be removed or not. So that's.
So dumb it down for me. Say that one more time.
They would have a personal conflict of interest to vote whether or not they can themselves be removed, because that's they would have a personal conflict on that vote.
Well, of course, okay.
That the individual being charged would have a conflict on voting whether or not they
okay, now
themselves.
I understand what you're saying now. Okay.
All right, any more questions?
I do. I just, how was that missed in the group of wise counsel that shall immediately cause the forfeiture of the office of the member if so convicted, but it's really not immediate. It's a grounds for. I'm just curious if you were you at the Charter Review Committee?
I did not attend a single one.
Okay. So, okay.
Any follow-up questions? All right. I'm so moved to accept this recommended changes by the Charter Review Committee to include clarifications for grounds, as well as to include any of the recommended changes that Charter Review Committeeman Mr. Smith just mentioned.
Correct. And I'll still ask for a second motion to clean up that on every other section as well, but just vote on that first.
Okay, let's do that and we'll take care of that other.
Second.
All right, Mr. Jeter, follow-up comments.
Is there just a second motion?
All right, rest of y'all have any other comments on that first motion? All right, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
So I clearly understand that, council, city manager, correct? City manager will handle the day-to-day ops. Council does not have any means of approaching city manager right and question anything about a removal or any type of disciplinary action taken or whatever not. So I guess it's, we're looking more like this is more of a separation of duty, because this is the city manager job is to run the day-to-day ops.
Correct. It's separation of powers. Correct.
That's exactly, okay, very good.
All right, any comments before we go to vote? Let's do it. All right, 6-1, and now we're looking for some more action to empower the city attorney to bring back some clerical information that we need to.
I guess, could the motion be just to direct the city attorney, after you all voted on everything here today, everything that passes, to then go back in and clarify that anything that states an immediate cause for forfeiture just states grounds for forfeiture or something to that effect?
So moved to the city attorney's recommendation that he just mentioned. All right, we got a second. Mr. Merrill, any additional comments? Anybody else any additional comments? All right, let's go to vote. All right.
So section 12?
14, now we're back to 12.
Correct.
Let's go to 12.
So section 12 is city manager responsibility, powers, appointment, and removal. And kind of logically, this dovetails into what Ms. Riley was just kind of talking about. It's some of his powers. He's the individual has sole responsibility to hire and fire all the employees. And I think they went through and just either with Ms. Kopp's suggestion, or I know the learned wisdom of all the individuals that were on that commission, they changed the word appoint to hire, which does make sense, because when Mr. Davis, he doesn't appoint any employees, he hires all of them. And so that's just the modern way of phrasing that. And then this also, I think, cut the last sentence out. It said, all such appointments shall be without definite terms unless for temporary service not to exceed 60 days. That would just create confusion, because that arguably would say every employee is hired by Mr. Davis if they don't have some sort of contract or expectation to work more than 60 days loses their job after 60 days. If you left something like that in there, obviously that's never happened over the course of time recently. So cutting that out gets rid of a kind of old relic, if you will.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none. Any questions from the public? Comments? Seeing none, let's go to some action.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second. All right, motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter?
I sure hope some of this stuff can be clerical, clean up. That's it.
Mr. Browning? Or was it Mr. Berry? Okay, Mr. Berry?
I'll take it.
Go ahead. All right, let's go to a vote.
Did you offer public comment? I forgot.
We did.
Okay.
So, yeah, I know it seems quick, but nobody wanted to jump in. All right, passes 6-1. Let's go to 13.
So 13 is removal of officers and employees. They removed officers because the only officers of the city currently are the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. And so there maybe at one point in time were other officers that were, maybe that might have been why that was in there, but I think they cut that out to clarify that employees that are hired by the city manager may be removed by the city manager at any time. So.
Any questions on section 13? Seeing none, any questions from the public? All right, seeing none, look for some action.
Move to accept the recommendation.
We've got a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter?
Sure hope some of this is clerical.
Mr. Browning?
That one won't, I mean, that's not a clerical change, that's substantive, but like I said, a lot of the changes to the city manager's duties will be able to be under one ballot question. So,
any other comments by the board? Let's go to a vote. All right, 6-1. Let's go to section 14.
16 is the next one. We covered 14. So
Covered 14.
And this is, it's currently titled, it's titled Managers and Officers' Right to Participate in Council Meetings. They just clarified that the city manager, the director of all departments, and such other employees of the city as may be designated by the vote of the council, because already, again, Ms. Barnes and myself, our positions are already permitted to take part in the meetings. And so I think they just wanted to make it clear that employees of the city who are present, and they can also take part if needed at the meetings. So I think that's another, again, that's one of these items that could probably be lumped under one ballot question for the city manager, but that is a substantive change.
All right, good stuff. Any questions? Seeing none, any questions from the public or community? All right, seeing none, looking for some action.
Motion to accept recommendation.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Jeter. We have a second by Mr. Berry. Mr. Jeter.
Sure hope some of this is clerical, or we can fit a lot of these on one ballot question.
All right, Mr. Berry?
No, sir. I agree. Sam.
Yeah. Any further comments? Let's go to a vote. All right, 6-1. I'm seeing section 18, but Mr. Burns, if there's anything different, guide me.
That's 18, that's the next one. So section 18, departments to be supervised by a director. The major change to this is that they did, in the last sentence, the city manager may act as the director of any one or more departments at the city council shall do so provided by ordinance. That's how it currently reads. They changed it to resolution, I think, to make it more flexible, so you don't have to go out and do 2 readings if you ever want to provide such direction. So again, that would be a substantive change. It's going to have to be part of that one ballot question, hopefully for the city manager, but that is because there's a substantive difference between an ordinance and a resolution.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? All right, seeing none, looking for some action.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second. All right, got a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by myself. Mr. Jeter, any further comment?
No, sir.
I'm just glad there's an appetite up here for Not looking for voter fatigue. All right. Any further comments? Seeing none, let's go to vote.
And just so you know, I did put the less interesting stuff first because I knew y'all might get tired and not want to consider the less interesting stuff later. So.
There you go. All right, 6-1. Let's go to 19.
All right, so 19 is currently it's the surety bonds required of officers and employees. First off, there's no current requirement under the law for any employees or any of the officers to provide a surety bond. Like my contract does require me to provide certain levels of insurance, and I do so, but ultimately there's no requirement for a surety bond. But in case that requirement is ever reintroduced, they did make it clear in the last sentence of this provision that it would be the city manager or the city manager's designee who preserves that item, the bond, because currently it says the city clerk would do so, and probably whenever this provision was added, the city clerk's duties were much different than they are today. And I believe, Ms. Barnes, you were okay with this change? Correct.
Yes, I recommended it because actually the HR department handles all the insurance, so they would be the ones that would have the documents and make sure that the premiums were renewed and so forth. So that's why Ms. Cobb recommended that it be under authorization of the city manager, because the charter shouldn't direct the HR director on their duties.
And so it's a change. It's it is a substantive change, but again, it's one of these changes that can probably be dealt with. Since it's adding the duty to the city manager, it's probably going to be under that ballot question, the cleanup city manager question. So.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none, any questions from the public? Seeing none, looking for some action.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second. All right, got a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter.
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Browning? Yes, sir. Any further comments? All right, let's go to a vote. All right, passes 6-1.
So the next section is section 20, city officers, appointments and compensation. The change made to this section was the entire last sentence, actually last two sentences, and certain portions of the second sentence. So now it reads, the officers of the city are the city manager, city clerk, and city attorney. The city council shall appoint the officers of the city and shall determine their compensation. So the items that were removed, there must have been other officers at one point in time that the city manager appointed, and that those were covered as well. And so this is just a clarifying section. Again, it is, this one might arguably be one that might be able to be ministerial. It might not have to go to ballot. Just let you know.
All right, good stuff. Any further questions?
I have,
Mr. Barry?
I need clarification. The second sentence, the council shall fix by resolution the compensation of the city manager, the mayor, the city clerk. That sentence in there,
Which sentence, Mr. Barry?
the second sentence, or the third sentence, the council shall fix by resolution. I need some clarification.
So
That got scratched out.
Oh, sorry, yeah, so that's being cut out. So currently, Mr. Davis has an employment contract that he
Yes.
signed with y'all. And just like I have a contract with y'all as well. So that, the current way it's done is city managers are typically hired and then a contract is entered into an employment with them. And it's not done by a resolution. So already kind of the way it's been done the last couple of decades would violate the charter anyway. And so this is just kind of making sure everything's kind of modernized how it's done today.
Okay, I needed that clarification because I saw that by resolution in there. Okay, I understand now.
Question. Any other questions? Any questions from the public? Comments from the public? Seeing none, let's go to some action.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Barry. Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barry?
No comment?
Anybody else? All right, let's go to vote. All right, 6-1, and we're looking at section 21?
25 actually.
25.
This title elections, the only change they made to this section was to subsection B, the last sentence, the last portion The sentence said, the filing fee, which shall be established by ordinance, but which may not exceed the sum of $50. They got rid of the last little bit, so it will just read, shall be established by resolution. That way, if $50 is not the appropriate amount in the future, then by resolution, the council can change that amount. So.
Gotcha. Any further questions on that? Any questions from the public? Comments? Seeing none? Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, did we skip over 21?
We have not covered 21 yet.
Okay, it was next on the list.
I thought it was too.
Oh, no, wait, did we skip 21?
We did.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's all good. I said 21, but I'm following your lead because there's a lot of different things moving on this.
Thanks, sir.
So we'll go back to 21 after 25. Right now we're on 25, correct?
Correct.
Yep. Let's address 25 and then let's go back to 21.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second? Any further comments, Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any as well. Board, any comment to influence one way or the other? Seeing none, let's do it. All right, let's go back to 21.
So section 21 is currently titled Consolidation of Offices and Departments, and they recommend removal of the entire section. And it currently reads that the council shall have the right to combine functions of various departments and various offices, and provide that one officer may perform the duties of one or more officers and may hold one or more offices. To leave that in there sort of conflicts now with the city manager, kind of does anyway, and that would, removing this would remove any conflict with other provisions that give the city manager's powers.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none, public? Any questions, comments? Seeing none, look for some action.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Berry. On section 21. Any other comments? Nope, let's go to vote. We already did 29, correct? Repealer?
Yeah. Correct.
All right. So does that take us to section 4?
Correct.
All right.
So section 4 is titled Limit on Number of Terms for City Council and Mayor. And again, now we're into the major changes section, and I think everything from this point on will be things that probably spark more debate and public comment. And so this first item right here, the recommended changes by the Charter Review Commission, I think they will want to clarify just to make sure it's 2 consecutive terms of any length. That's why they got rid of the term full in the first sentence there, because they do then state full terms regardless of the length of such terms. And then they did add some additional items in there regarding some items that I actually will point out one sentence that potentially could conflict with the resign to run law, but I believe the way it'd be interpreted would not. But it does state that if a council member declares candidacy for another elected position, that council member will resign within the time permitted under state law. That's fine, but then the next sentence was just the one I wanted to maybe have y'all clarify. It states declaring candidacy is defined as the filing the appropriate paperwork with the supervisor of elections to run for another elected position. There's actually the process when you run for another position, like at the county level, is you pre-file initially, and it could be 2 years out, and that's when you can start raising money for the position. Under state law, and state law will preempt the charter in this one regard, you only have to resign once qualifying begins and ends. And the way it's handled is you have to submit a letter resigning that week before you're qualified to Paul Lux. And Paul Lux, then the letter just has to state that your last date will be prior to the start of the office that you're running for the term of the new office. And so 2 examples I can use, I know Dewey Parker Destin out in Destin did it back in 2020. He submitted a letter notifying Paul Lux in May that he was resigning effective, I think it was like November 1st, which would have been the first date for the county commission office he was running for. And then I know y'all have a council member with y'all right now who did something similar last year, who submitted a letter, I believe in May, and also said it was sometime in November he would be resigning. And so state law spells that out. And so I just wanted to make it clear that because they did say if a council member declares candidacy, and then it goes on to define declaring candidacy, I would just remove that sentence altogether. It says declaring candidacy is defined because state law will preempt it in that regard. Because state law is going to require qualifying as a candidate, not declaring that you're a candidate.
So very similar to some of the other ones, there's a statutorily provision that already handles this.
Resign to run law, yeah, it's very clear under state statute.
Any more questions?
I got one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, obviously we know this was pointed at you. This was what upset several in this room with you resigning and then coming back in and being appointed. So the language here is directly directed at you, right? I mean, that's what it appears to me, but you said it's by state law. If an elected official resigns for any reason, they may not be appointed or in any way reinstated during the same term. Is that by state law?
No, I was just talking about the resign to run.
Okay, so that was the sentence that was added on, directed at David. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
And so my only recommendation is if y'all do accept this change, I would just recommend as the city attorney that you remove just the one sentence that says declaring candidacy. That's the next to last sentence, because that could create confusion down the line. Someone might think that they declaring as a candidate, which is actually called pre-filing, would cause them to have to immediately resign when actually they would not, because under state law, that governs.
Good stuff. Any more questions from the board? Questions from the public, community? Mr. Minnick.
That was brought up in our meeting about immediately resigning. And we thought that had been clarified during that time, where what the state law stated was what we were going to go with. So that was the intention of the commission to recommend to you. Ms. Cox brought it forward that it was in fact state law says that you couldn't require someone to resign right away, and so this should not have been. That was the intention, to follow the state law.
Right. Questions? Mr. Smith, comments?
I just want to make another clarification, and I brought this up during the meeting, but if somebody's appointed to a partial term, they're still entitled to be elected to 2 terms.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments from the public? All right, I so move to reject this Charter Review Committee recommendation.
Second.
All right, my comment is there's obviously some confusion between what the Charter Review Committee chair recommended and clearing that out, as well as there's a state law that already determines this. And the other thing, I think the Charter Review Committee recommendation really restricts the elected officials on making a determination on who they want up on this board, which is really kind of taking the rights away from who the people elected to make these tough decisions. So I just think it's personally an overreach, whether it's about me or whether it's about anybody else. But that night, I vividly remember many of y'all in here not happy with me going back after and trying to fill the vacancy. But also that night, it was unanimously approved by the elected officials that had the opportunity to make that decision. I think the Charter Review Committee is trying to restrict the elected officials from making that decision. So because of that, that's why I'm not supportive. Mr. Walker, you have any?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on my initial statement regarding not supporting anything in here. I'll be voting yes to support this, as I indicated by the second. And it'll be because it's rejecting the idea that was presented by the committee. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I won't be supporting the Charter Review recommendation, but I will be supporting my motion not to include the Charter Review Committee's recommendation. Any further comments from the council?
Does this eliminate the 2-year terms, or 2 consecutive, the 2 consecutive terms? So would that remove all that, so somebody could be elected for 10 consecutive terms?
So correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think this removes any of that top part that's already included in the charter, correct?
It
It would just eliminate
The change.
the change that the Charter Review Committee recommended.
And so right now, it currently reads, Councilmember Merrill, it says for more than 2 consecutive terms. They want to add 2 consecutive, they want to add, or actually, no, it reads 2 consecutive full terms. They want to remove the term full. So the change would be, right now, the way it reads, someone could serve 2 full terms, then maybe a partial term, then 2 full terms. That'd be the best way to think about it. If y'all get rid of the word full, then someone could be prohibited from, if they got appointed, they could serve 2 years, run once more for 4 years, and then they would not be allowed to run again. Whereas the way it's currently set up, you could get appointed, serve 2 years, and then run for 2 full consecutive terms after that.
But you could get appointed and still be elected. Mr. Smith pointed that out. So this would just take care of kind of the anomaly that happened where somebody stepped down and there was a 2-year vacancy within the 4-year term. So this, by not accepting this, that would leave that specific situation to happen.
Yes, absolutely, yes. This does not touch the appointment. So I think I think there's a recommendation to deal with that later on that we cover. So,
Could I know that there's already...
We got a motion.
I realize that, but what it's saying is not what we discussed.
All right, any further comments from the board?
I have some more questions. What were you discussing about removing the beginning when you said you would recommend eliminating declaring candidacy? Was your recommendation?
just remove that one sentence.
Just remove that one sentence.
And I believe that was also something that the Charter Review Commission actually wanted to remove, so the fact that was left in there was probably a mistake.
Yeah, I know it was a one-off, but here's where, if we're really trying to make this better, whether we're disagreeing on this paragraph or this specific sentence, pushing this ball over the finish line would really just help us clarify that. So a motion tonight just eliminating the last sentence still doesn't approve anything, just allows us to continue this discussion, and we can still edit this in the future, correct?
If that's what y'all want to do, if y'all want to bring it, if we could bring it back as a proposed ordinance and y'all can make more changes at that point in time. But yeah, if y'all vote tonight to remove at least that one next to last sentence, then we would come back and have a version presented to you that just removes that next to last sentence, further debate it at that point.
And who knows how anybody will vote as we're further debating at that point. But, got it, thank you.
Can I ask for clarification? Okay. So on the last sentence, it's indicating reinstated during the same term, and if they're serving their second elected term, they may not run for re-election. So I guess I got to clear my thought process on this one.
Well, while you're thinking about it.
Okay, so if...
Go ahead. Oh, no, go ahead. I thought you were putting your thought.
So it is worded, I was going to suggest you could probably wordsmith it a little bit better. But what that means is if someone resigns, they can't be reappointed to they can't be reappointed during the same time period that they would have served out their term that they resigned from. So if a city council member had 2 years left on their term, they resigned for any reason, then under no circumstances could they then be appointed if someone else resigned to that other person who resigns position at all during those 2 years remaining on that previous council member's term.
That's absolutely a little overworded. Absolutely, yeah, it's kind of confusing, but I got you.
And also too, the reason why I made the motion, to kind of follow up with that, where it talks about they may not run for re-election. You know, I know there's some folks that were upset about that, but folks could have ran against me. Folks could have, you know, made that decision. So I know this is starting to get a little bit personal. I'm going to zoom back out, but I just think it's a lot of overreach where it talks about they may not run for re-election. The community had an opportunity to put somebody up to run against me. And for having this overreach to say they can't run for re-election, it's hard enough to find candidates to run for these kind of positions. And now we're going to be, you know, so anyhow, that's just my additional comment.
Mr. Mayor, may I because.
I got it, Mr. Minnick. We have a motion, we have a second.
Because that's not what was said.
Mr. Minnick.
You were elected to 2 full
Mr.
terms.
Minnick, Mr. Minnick, chill. All right, any more comments on the board?
I do.
Mr. Walker?
Yeah, I think this is a great example, and his outburst there was a great example of the bias that I mentioned in the beginning, that Mr. Smith mentioned, that's buried in each one of these little sentences and words and commas that they put together strategically planning their agenda. And that's why I've continued to vote no. I will be supporting your motion, of course, because it rejects their recommendation. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any more comments? Mr. Jeter?
I will not be supporting the motion. I'm going to support Attorney Burns' definition of how we should go forward with this. Again, only just because it continues the topic of conversation, and hopefully we eventually get it right in the end. While I certainly don't like it and think some things are personal and don't need to be, I want to support progress for this charter to be good for the next 6 to 10 years, not one specific reason.
Makes sense. All right, any more? Let's go to vote. All right, fails 3 to 4. Next item.
Well, I'd like to make a subsequent motion on that same section
Go ahead and send it.
as motion to approve the recommendation deleting the last sentence starting with declaring candidacy as Mr. Burns stated.
Next to last, just so the minutes reflect it correctly.
Second. All right, we got a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter.
Again, for whatever reasons we personally don't like, just want to make the charter correct for the next 6 to 10 years.
Mr. Browning. Sir. I also want to make the charter correct next 6 to 10 years. I just don't want to limit people running for re-election if they have the opportunity to. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll wait for my turn.
No, I was, go ahead, Mr.
I'm used to Mayor Allegretto. We get one time and then we circle back around for a second time. We got for or against, you know. I'm not saying that I will or won't support this however it's written in the future, but I want to continue the discussion.
Let's do it. Ms. Debbie,
And I'm really was going to basically say the same thing Mr. Jeter said. I concur with what he's saying.
there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Any other concurrence or any other objections? Let's go to vote. Here we go. All right, with that being said, now we can go to the next item, Mr. Burns, which is?
Section 5, filling vacancies in the city council or in the office of mayor. And there were several changes made in this. Some were for clerical purposes and quite a few were for substantive purposes. And starting with subsection 1, they did add quite a few qualifications in here, kind of a process that the council will need to follow if there is a situation where someone has been elected but they're not yet sworn into office, and then the office will be filled in a certain manner. And they say that if an elected city council member resigns or is unable to assume the position before swearing in, upon city council approval, the seat automatically reverts to the candidate in that race who received the next highest votes, unless either one, no qualified candidate exists, or two, the city council votes not to approve such candidate, in which case the city council will initiate the appointment process set forth in section 5A3 for an alternate candidate by majority vote of the council. This does provide a substantive change, but it really all it does is it just says your preferred candidate will be the person who finished second, because it does state, again, it says the or two, right there says or two, the city council votes not to approve such candidate. So if a future city council were faced with a runner-up candidate that they did not want to accept, the way this is currently worded, they would still have that discretion not to appoint that individual. It would create a presumption that that second highest vote getter will be the candidate that you choose. And so that's the first change that was made. Then the second section, they just added a reference to section 5A3, and that's if a person's elected and if more than 60 days remain before the next election to be held in the city for Long Beach, and a vacancy is formed, it should be filled by a majority vote of the council then sitting. that's currently, the only change they made was to go down to section 5A3, which then is now covered here. The big change they made there was, it said 2 general meetings before. They changed that to regular meetings because there used to be something, I guess, called general meetings that the city had. And now you all just have regular or special meetings. And so they made sure to clarify that as well. Because a general meeting could be a special meeting. This makes it clear, though, too, that a regular meeting is what is required. And then I think everything else was just to be consistent with state law. The only thing I would point out in this is that if y'all did accept all the changes as recommended on the leaving the 60-day provisions in here, I don't know if this was pointed out during the Charter Review Commission's work, you could face a situation where someone, the 60-day provision that prevents the council from picking a successor or a temporary city council member to fill a seat, if that third meeting when that individual is supposed to be selected falls within the 60 days, then y'all would be prohibited under the charter from actually appointing an individual. So I've just never really seen any other cities have a prohibition on the 60 days like that. Y'all might want to just have it where y'all always have the right to pick a successor appointee in that regard, because there might be legal reasons why you need it. You might have a situation, like you said earlier, where you need to remove another member, and you might not have the votes there to do so without appointing an individual. So there's any number of permutations why y'all should not be hamstrung, I believe, in being able to appoint an individual. And there might have been a reason at one point in time that 60-day cool off in there, but most other cities do not have something like that in there.
Any questions? I got one question. So using these boundaries in this most recent election, if a council member, or councilwoman, councilman did resign, that next person up that didn't win would be in the seat?
So if this passed?
If this passed.
So if this passes, that person's the presumptive replacement appointee. However, because the language is in here and the recommended change states that the city council votes not to approve such second place candidate. They don't say second place, but such candidate. So but the presumption would be that second highest vote getter should be the one who's picked. The city council, though, would have to have a vote to say, no, we don't want that individual picked.
And then if they voted, no, we don't want that person that came into second place or that was right outside of the at-large, then it would go back to an appointment process, or the next person that was next in votes after that person? And then do we keep going down until?
No, they did not include that. Like, you don't keep going. It would go to the appointment process at that point.
So first it would go for whoever came in second. The board has to choose yes or no if we like that person, or if the future board does or doesn't like that person. If they don't go with the person who received the most votes, then they go back to our current process of the appointment process.
Correct.
All right. Any other questions?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Walker?
I believe, Ms. Riley, this one was a part of it. We see they're looking at people up here, so I don't know which one's aimed at me yet, but I'm sure it's in here. But, so I read it after Mayor Schmidt had mentioned I read it differently. If an elected city council member resigns or is unable to assume the position before swearing in, so that's any time they resign, not prior to swearing in.
Correct. It's correct.
So like it does change what? At first I thought it didn't apply directly to Ms. Riley. Now I see that it does, because when Councilman Larry Patrick resigned, he had made it past being sworn in. He resigned, and then we went to item 5A. 5.3A or 5.3, correct? The appointment process.
Correct.
Okay, so this changes it so that, which would have happened to Ms. Riley, had this been in place then, there would not have been an appointment process unless City Council voted by majority vote, I'm assuming, to not, whether it was Ms. Riley or the next person in the future. If that occurrence were to happen again, this council could reject that 5th place or 4th place candidate, right?
Correct.
They could reject it and say, we're going to go to the appointment process. Okay, that would be interesting. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Follow-up questions? Any questions from the public, community? Mr. Pete?
Jeff Peters, 28 Oakdale Road. Mayor, just real quick, I don't recall standing in line for a long time to be on this committee, and spent a lot of time reading through, coming to meetings, and to be called rigged, biased, corrupt by an elected official, I think is just completely wrong. I just think that for an elected official to do that is completely wrong.
All right, thank you, Mr. Peters. Mr. Mayor?
Get back in here. The intention of this one was if they resign before they take office. So it's not if they resign after they take office. So if the language is unclear, the reason that the discussion that we had on this is if a person is elected and either resigns or for some reason can't take the office before they're sworn in, then the next person. That was the intention. So it's not that if they resign after they've been sworn in. It was all before. That was the intention of this change. So the intention of the change was if a person is elected and resigns or cannot take the office before they're sworn in, then it's the next person. And that was the intention of the recommendation.
So, Mr. Minnick, I know this is maybe just number 2, but your notes might have more, but is this the second one that looks different than what the committee's intentions was?
No, well, I think what we're looking at, I'm just looking at the line through items.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so it says if an elected city council member resigns or is unable to assume the position before swearing in, those two are not exclusive, they're together. So if you were elected, but all of a sudden you just decide you don't want to, I changed my mind, I don't want to, then it was going to be the next person, not if you resign after you were sworn in. That was the intention.
I have a simple fix to make that, because again, I listened to their meeting, and that's why I explained it the way I did, which lines up with what Mr. Minnick says, and that's why Mr. Walker did correctly point out that there was a little bit of ambiguity. It says resigns, or if you just change the wording to if an elected city council member does not assume the position before swearing in, so you just get rid of resigns or is unable to, and it says, if you just say does not, then that will be clear to anyone whoever reads that 50 years from now. That's what it means.
Awesome.
Because number 2 takes care of if they've already been sworn in. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, it's clear as mud. It's a presumptive, setting up a presumption, but it doesn't change anything. The council still has the right to pick. So this doesn't make the charter any better. It just makes it, this just adds confusion to it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any more questions? Go ahead, Mr. Roger.
Roger Main, 75 Wheel Circle. I was here the night that this all went down, and you want to reference who it's pointed at, and it was pointed at you. And when I stood up here and talked about it, I felt there was one reason, and that's because you quit and you lost. We're Americans. We don't like losers. You all are winners. You won. All right? You lost. You take money for campaigns, you owe somebody. Period. That's politics. And anybody tells you this ain't about politics, I'm not drinking your Kool-Aid. I'm not drinking it. Okay? So, that's why I came down here. I didn't want to look at this stuff before I came here. I wanted to hear it firsthand, and I wanted to see the reactions of certain people and how they acted. And let me tell you, I'm agreeing with Mr. Peters out there. I think it's sad. And I spent an enormous amount of hours reviewing some of these council meetings. It's not like you're binge watching Yellowstone, believe me. You know, I can't figure half of this stuff out right now, even when it's being explained to me. Okay? So, I came down here with an open mind, and I pretty much have decided over the last 3 years I've been like listening and pay attention over a variance thing that happened to me. And let me tell you, I marched a lot of people into my backyard, and I showed them what the good old boys did to me. I showed them how it happened, who was involved, and how to stop it. And if I knew what I knew now, that wouldn't have happened. And believe me, that's not all I talked to these people about. They were shocked and appalled. And even the actions tonight, and these meetings I've seen in the past about certain council members and what they say and what they do and how they act, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to this council, and it's an embarrassment to the city, and I'm embarrassed to be associated with it. When I talk to people, I want them to be proud of our city. I want them to be proud of the people where we're at and what we're doing here. I don't agree with a lot of things that are going on here, but I agree with a lot of what's being said here. In fact, I pretty much agree with all of it, with in consideration of one thing. And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about it later on, because I'm going to have to get out of here and review this from my house. I got a small bladder. So, having said that, I want to see us to move forward and get past this, but you're not going to do it not being reasonable with one another. Is it safe? Is it clean? And is it reasonable? And this goes all the way back to that fire assessment. This is how all this freaking started. I'm telling you. This is how all this started. You need some fire stations? I live in between two of them, a mile from one and a mile from another, and I hear the sirens. If the chief tells you he needs more police, you give him more police. The fire, they say they need more equipment and need more firemen, you give it to them. If you are remiss in your duties as a council to keep us safe, to keep this place clean, and to keep us to be reasonable with one another, you're going to get replaced. And that's exactly what's happened. You'll see it. People will get replaced. And it's already happened.
All right, Mr. Lemay, sir, for those comments.
Thank you.
Very passionate, very passionate. Any other public comments before anybody else makes their comment and leaves? Mr. Jeter.
I just had a question to get back on Mr. Minnick's clarification and yours, Mr. Burns. So, and Mr. Smith, let's roll all these together. If we're trying to be productive and get something here, really what we need to have in place is replace or with is unable to assume the position. If that were to be the case, what that would prevent was if someone's unable to assume the position after they've won the election and you're waiting 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, it would go to the 5th place vote because you're really not on.
That's one situation that would happen. With this, yes.
But that would be the way that if we were to reword it that way, it would benefit and make an improvement. Other than that, once the council has been sworn in and established, it would be the same process as we have done in the past.
Correct.
Got it.
Mr. Mayor?
Any other questions?
I know that Roger will be home watching this, but he mentioned that this was your situation. That was not your situation. We talked about it previous. This is for Miss Riley's situation. So just wanted to clarify that for Roger at home. So thank you.
I also would just like to clarify for anybody who's watching at home. I've known you 30 years, and to hear the word quitter associated is not justification. You lost to another fellow good candidate, but I would also look at that, and that's why I look forward to seeing that possibly rewritten going forward to where we can tweak it and make it best for everybody. I would want someone on this current council to raise their hand and say, I would like to go fulfill a bigger and better seat and represent our city in a bigger and better way. If you're unable to complete that due to the results of votes or any other reason, the fact that you would still come back and say, hey, I raised my hand, and a lot of people don't know this too, that was also at a time to where at one point in time on council, you were being compensated, correct?
Correct.
When you took, and I want to make the public fully aware of this, when you took that option to go fulfill another seat, you forfeited all of your original any type of benefits you may have, when you were on council, you were getting benefits. When you raised your hand to go run for school board, you knew you were forfeiting those benefits whether you won or lost over here, correct?
That's it.
So when you decided to, you ran a good fight, you ran a great campaign, you came up short. I know you're not a quitter. You came up short. You then still came back and raised your hand and said, I was getting paid to do that position, but I'll come back and raise my hand and do that position again, knowing I'm not going to get paid when I come back in here. Is that accurate?
It's absolutely accurate, because we were in a very detrimental time looking for the next city manager, and that was huge, part of that process.
So regardless of any personal attacks that can be thrown at that podium to people up here, I think there's a lot more to be said for the decisions we have to make, whether you were being compensated at the time or you got to do it for free as a volunteer going forward. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, I really appreciate those encouraging comments, Mr. Jeter. And maybe I'll get some feedback from Roger after he reviews it. But for the record, after I did come up as a loser, I responded with a win. I responded with a win, March and ran unopposed, and here serving with no benefits because it's that important. And I don't understand sometimes why I put myself up to this for free. All right, moving forward.
May I make a comment?
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Debbie.
It's okay. Okay, for the record, for whoever's watching out here, I would like to say, initially I was thinking, do I recuse myself from this or what? Because Mr. Walker mentioned Ms. Riley's name several times. So I didn't know whether I recuse myself or what for this particular vote. But what I can say is, I want to clarify, however things went, you know, God has a time and a reason for all things.
Amen.
So I ran the race 3 times. The third time, I may not have been appointed and then next in line. However, regardless, my heart is in it, because when I was running the first 2 races, it was pay involved. The third race, there was no pay. So obviously, I love this city, and I want to service the people of this city, and I want to do right by the people of this city, and I want to be just about things. So put it on the record. I guess David and I both have resiliency, because we both agreed to take this job without pay, even after the loss. That's absolutely, after 2 losses for me. So I just want to put that on the record, because it just wasn't, my name was mentioned too many times, and I'm not going to sit here and not say anything.
That's why we're here. Good job.
That's right.
All right, Ms.
Thank you, sir.
So the way it's written, so if you cannot take the seat before you swear in, then it goes to the next vote giver, right?
It does when we clarify that one little thing, because the way it's worded right now, someone 20 years from now, say resigns or was unable to, and would read it, arguably like Mr. Walker read it, but I knew the intent of the charter. So yes, once I change that one little bit of wording right there, that's the intent.
And if council does not want that person, the majority vote could pick somebody else.
Correct.
So then this situation has nothing to do with Ms. Riley, because Mr. Meade had a majority vote to take the seat.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, technically speaking, I think Mr. Patrick had already taken his seat anyway, so it wouldn't have applied in that situation anyway, because this would actually apply if someone is never sworn into their seat in the first place. Like there's.
All right, good stuff.
Any comment?
Yep, let's do it, Ms. Debbie.
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilman Riley.
Yes, ma'am.
Because now I feel like, you know, I had the right to make a vote on it. So thank you.
Pretty sure you already did for the public?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure we're ironing this up. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to accept the recommendation with the deletion of resigns or.
Second.
Is that accurate enough?
And the insertion of does not, correct?
Insertion of does not.
All right, motion by Mr. Jeter and a second by, who's that? Is that you, Brown? Sir. All right, second by Mr. Brown. Mr. Jeter.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Browning. Yes, sir. Any further comments? All right, let's send it. All right, let's go to the next section. Looks like 8.
And before we start that, one of the council members did flash me a message saying they would like a restroom break, and I actually do need to as well. So
All right. Let's reconvene here at 5:53. 5-minute bell.
Goodness.
you saying that? I'm sorry, that was
I forgot now, I'm old.
my dad and wife were trying to get together and drop off kids different places, so I was making sure, and my dad didn't even know I'm in here.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Right, let's bring this meeting back to order. Mr. Burns.
All right, so you left off on section 8, general powers and rules of council. And so the changes made here, they removed the entire first sentence and added a new last sentence. And then the change they made to the second sentence was they clarified that you don't keep a journal your proceedings, you keep minutes. So that was a clarification. But then they did indicate that you may punish members for disorderly behavior by a vote of not less than 5 members. They changed that from 6. It was 6 members. And then it says may expel a member for disorderly conduct or violation of its rules. Again, as I discussed with y'all earlier, this provision wouldn't lead to like a forfeiture of your office, but this would be maybe some sort of other disciplinary process that you would vote, 5 members would vote to expel the member for disorderly conduct or violation of the rules. That they would not immediately be forfeited, that you might be able to suspend them from sitting on the dais or some other type of punishment that's not really contemplated here. But one thing I do want to add, it does make sense to get rid of the first sentence. The only provision that I think Paul Lux would even would state is correct. He will not serve as the judge of your elections and the qualifications, judge the qualifications of council members. He'll do the same thing he does for every other city, which is he'll just, because being the judge of the elections and the qualifications of the council members would be looking into the substance of someone's qualifying paperwork. He's just going to look at your paperwork, and even if he knows the individual does not live in the city limits of Fort Walton Beach, if they write that on that sheet of paper, he's going to accept the qualifying paperwork. It's going to be up to someone else to point that out, and you'd have to go in front of a judge to try to get that candidate removed prior to the election. And it would not be Paul refusing it at that point in time. But I mean, if you leave this in here, it doesn't really conflict with law, but it might lead to, that last sentence might lead some people to expect Mr. Lux to do more than he's capable of doing.
Thank you for that clarification. Questions on the board? Questions for the public?
I got it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, go ahead.
So, Ms. Raleigh, this one may be at me, but disorderly behavior, what would that, what are some examples of disorderly behavior?
That would be
up to the 5 members?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, I won't be abstaining from this one, but.
All right, any more questions on the board? Any questions from the board? All right. Public, community. Ms. Paula.
Paula Smythe, Manchacahatchee. I object to the reduction to 5. We elect you all. Generally, there are occasions where we discussed tonight that there could be an appointment or the selection of a runner-up. I don't think that the burden ought to be reduced. I think the burden should be high. 6 is high. 5 is less burden. I don't want you taking away the people I elect without 6. So I don't think that you should make that burden any less. You guys seem kind of cliquey too. I gathered that with that, I think it was Mr. Meade getting appointed. So I don't want to see that. I think that the higher burden should be required to remove somebody from this council because it's a discretionary thing, as Attorney Burns just pointed out, whether somebody's conduct is considered disorderly. So if 5 of you got together and decided that we didn't like how this person dressed or how this one smelled or where this one lived, y'all could come up with some explanation to claim it was disorderly and out. I want that burden to be as high as possible because I'm a constituent that elects you people. So I don't want you to have a greater chance to undo my vote. Keep it high. So I'd argue that you guys should reject this portion in any event. That would reduce it to 5.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Smith.
The word expel was part of the original charter in there, but, you know, we had this debate, and I think we should, you know, that should be changed to, if you support this, it should be changed to, you know, recommend that the government suspend, and then proper due process, because I think we pretty much determined that you guys cannot expel another elected official up there.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Burns, would this kind of fit in that category of some things that could get cleaned up if this were to pass tonight? As far as that kind of that difference between expel and due process that the statutorily, it's already out there?
We could, especially regarding actual expulsion from your position. I could clarify that, but leaving this in here because I know right now there's another city in Okaloosa County dealing with a member that they're trying to figure out how they can, who's acting against the rest of the council in their city. They've been trying to figure out ways to basically punish that particular member, and they don't have a provision like this already in their charter. If you say expel a member for disorderly conduct or violation of its rules, you could leave that in there, but then clarify, however, any expulsion or removal of their position will be handled by a recommendation to the governor. And so that would right now, if you left the language the way it is and just added like a clarification that ultimately a removal of the position is at the governor's discretion, then you would still leave some wiggle room for councils in the future if you truly had a member that you was just doing something that obviously at least 6 other members, as it currently reads, have a problem with, and they could use some form of maybe removing them from the dais for a meeting or something like that, and so that you'd expel them from the dais. And so I think the language can be massaged to bring it consistent, like Mr. Smith said, but also I don't want to be the one who removes all this in here unless y'all want me to, about expelling a member just in general like that. So, I can clarify that removal of position is something that the governor ultimately.
Yeah, I guess that's where my head was at, as far as just that statutorily what's already there, as far as a due process that after being removed from office that the state already has, that's contradicting to this expelling a member of disorderly conduct without the due process.
And I can add something in there that clarifies that that state law regarding actual removal from the position will control over this provision.
Mr. Ginger, you have a question?
A motion.
What's your motion?
Is there a comment?
Oh, sorry. I don't know. Are we done?
I have one more comment.
Yeah.
Just to point out, just because you guys don't agree with somebody on the council doesn't mean you can kick them off the council. And Florida statute 112.51 gives the definition for removing a municipal officer. It says for malfeasance, misfeasance, neglect of duty, habitual drunkenness, incompetence, or permanent inability to perform their official duties. So there's a definition in the Florida statute of what you can ask the governor to remove somebody for.
All right, Mr. Merrill?
I don't disagree. I don't think anybody up here, we've all disagreed, and I think we've all, my particular experiences, we all remain pleasant and polite and professional with each other. And I agree, if you elect somebody, that's the constituents, and less power should be given to us to remove somebody like that. So I agree with you that we should hold it to a high standard, and we should hold it to the standards that the state defines. So I don't have an issue with that. I don't mind the rest of the clarity, but I would just like to go on. I would be supportive of this if we maybe didn't make the 6 to 5 adjustment, and then whatever other recommendation you had for the clarity.
To clarify with state law.
Correct. Which we already put a motion for, so that could just fall into that.
Okay.
Has there been a motion? I'll make a motion to accept a recommendation with deleting the last sentence, as Mr. Burns suggested, with supervisor elections being the judge, and the addition of additional language to coincide with the state definition and the assistance of the governor.
Anything about the 5 or 6 too?
That could change in future readings. I certainly agree with the comments that we definitely want to hold a high standard, but I think by adding the state in there and the governor in there, that's a pretty about as high a standard as you can get. But again, there's going to be more readings to this. That going forward sure could change as well.
Second.
All right. Mr. Jeter with the motion, second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter.
No, again, I love all the comments, I love the dialogue, and the purpose of this is to, certainly this dais agrees to disagree many times, even friends of 30 plus years, but we continue to move business along for the betterment of the city. I see this being the same way. I think eventually we will get this right, and it will stick for the next 6 to 10 years, because just like everybody says, that we get along great, but maybe a new board years from now, this needs to be in place for them.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, just like Mr. Smith said, you can't just vote somebody off because you don't like them. It's going to go to state. So, I mean, I don't think the amount of people on the verbiage is really going to make a difference on it.
That's a good point. So, Mr. Burns, before we go to a vote, if this were to pass in a future council meeting and still has to go to referendum and still trying to figure out how we're going to educate the community on all the different referendums, but if this were to pass and it goes down to 5 members, could those 5 members do this action that would trigger the due process with the state?
Yes.
Correct? To start
They could.
So that standard with the state is still the standard, but what we're doing now, we're baking into our constitution or our charter is a recommendation to lower that standard just to allow 5 people to trigger that state statutorily due process.
The only issue though is in the next section, section 9, it just says majority of the members do that. But I think you could clarify. I think if you read the 2 sections together, we could also make that change in the next section if y'all do recommend that one to make sure that it requires 5, not a majority of the members to do the same.
Okay. We got a motion, we got a second. Any further comments? Mr. Walker.
Right, and so just to clarify on the motion, Mr. Jeter, you had mentioned the state language. The state language, as Mr. Smith just read to us, listed out those items of which may take action. Are you saying that disorderly conduct should be removed from this as well, or leave it in there, although it's not mentioned in the state statute? And you didn't say to remove it, so I'm trying to figure out if it remains or it's removed.
It would remain as of now, but again, there's going to be some future readings on this. We can choose to remove it, but I think if it goes to the state, they're going to be the ones to determine that. Correct?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, the body could choose at any time in the future to charge someone with disorderly conduct, spend a lot of time, energy, effort, and then make the recommendation up to the governor, and the governor go, it doesn't meet one of the 5, so nay. So I think it would make sense to me, I didn't make the motion, that you would remove disorderly conduct because it'll be shot down anyway, so why leave it in there? But that's just me.
And we could in the future. We could adjust the members. We could adjust the conduct. We could. This is just pushing the ball forward so that we can have a future reading on it. What is the, I do have one more question too. What is the amount of members to remove in a...
Under state statute, it actually requires not supermajority, but majority plus 1 to initiate it.
So that would be the majority plus 1?
Yeah. So we'll need to, I'll make sure any changes are clear with that as well too, if there's anything conflict. I'll bring it back.
Yeah, and I know we have some things, I believe, in our charter that passed in the referendum roughly 10 years ago, when it talks about dissolving the public safety, it would take some unanimous counsel. So I'm not going to be supporting this just out of the standard of, I don't think it's a good precedence to lower that standard to 5 members to trigger a removal of office. Any other further comments?
Just one question, and I really do, to make sure we're on the same page here. If Jason or Kim or Mr. Jeff, how many votes does it take to remove one of you guys? 4? Only 4?
I think my contract says 4, pretty sure mine.
So only 4 votes could remove you guys?
Yeah.
Interesting. Not that I'm going down that road, I just want to know like this. So you guys come in here every meeting knowing you could upset 4 people and be gone.
It's about business.
Whew.
And every action that we take on every agenda item is the same way. It takes a majority, not a unanimous. So with that being said, any further comments?
In the spirit of moving forward, I will support this with, I hope, more dialogue, more conversation, because I think that is a sticking point for the voters. I would put myself in their shoes and feel the same way. So I do. There's going to be some other things, but I know we're going to have more conversation. But hopefully we can get to the bottom of that.
All right. Agreed. If there's no further comment, let's go to a vote. All right, 5-2. And then that brings us to number 9.
Correct. Section 9, quorum, compelling attendance of members, and then they want to add to the title forfeiture of office, excusable absences. And the first section, well, actually they added a subsection B and then renumbered the original paragraph subsection A. And then they add some clerical changes and then just specify that certain penalties regarding attendance can be prescribed either by the charter or city ordinance. Originally just said ordinance. And the real substance and meat of the changes that have been made are found in the proposed subsection B, which would be the proposed grounds for forfeiture of office. And I can read the entire thing out if you want. Otherwise, they provided some stuff that does track already the statutory language. For example, a crime involving moral turpitude. Also, I do know under state law you can have some attendance requirements as well, so they added those. And then you can be excused. This provides a mechanism for council to excuse certain absences, but it will require the city council excusing the absences. So if someone, and I've seen a lot of other cities do this, if council members miss meetings, they'll just put on the agenda, you know, a quick vote, usually on the consent agenda, excusing a council member for missing for one of these prescribed reasons. So that way it's always kind of in the minutes and part of the record. So it's not uncommon to have something like this. I'd say around here, probably less than half the cities around here have it, but it's not uncommon that.
So similar to like in that school setting where we would be kind of like the teachers in determining whether the absence is excused or not?
That's right. You'll be the teachers.
All right. Any more questions?
I think that the only time I've seen, though, in other cities, there will be sometimes an individual misses way more meetings for unexcused reasons, and councils usually won't bring it up unless it really becomes a problem. Just typically, I think y'all probably won't be wanting to oust one of your fellow members for one of these reasons, but it actually comes into play more often. Sometimes there are situations where someone just keeps missing a lot of meetings, and you eventually do have to maybe have that hard conversation with them.
And like we discussed a while ago, 6 council members could remove that person, correct?
Start the process.
To start the process. So we got another recommendation to start another process to remove somebody for unexcused or excused absences, but it's a majority, not 5 or 6. Is that, am I reading that correct?
And it's accumulating 3 unexcused absences within 1 calendar year.
And it takes a majority, is it, of council? The majority of the members elected to start that. And again, I'm just making sure I understood Section 8 that we just went over. That gave council general powers and rules to remove somebody. And now this is another route to remove somebody due to attendance, and it just takes the majority of the members. Am I reading that correct?
Correct. Right now the way it reads.
Any other questions?
Thought to consider. Now this is probably drafted before we had the technology to do so, but you all have jobs, so sometimes you're going to have to go out of town when a meeting comes up because of that side job. We have the technology to allow you to remote in. I don't know if that, I would have no problem someone voting as long as we had a clear picture and that sort of thing. So I don't know if that might help some of this too.
I don't think
we have the technology.
Say you won't allow voting, you can participate, but you can't vote.
Can't vote.
Is that an attendance?
But to feed off of Mr. Davis's, what the suggestion is, it will check the attendance box to try to support and have some accommodations so that this council wouldn't be removed from office because they couldn't attend if they had the opportunity to attend remotely.
I need to research that. I doubt the Florida law prohibits that for attendance purposes, for counting like a box like this in a city charter. But in terms of being able to actually vote, you cannot vote remotely.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Walker?
Did you say that it would count for attendance by Zoom?
It probably will.
Yeah, I got you.
I do need to research that.
And I know that one of the previous councils, there were, just thinking along those lines, since you got to get Mother May I kind of stuff. If a member knows they're going to be, do you ask for permission before the meeting to be excused or after?
We need advance notice because we got to test all the toys too, right?
No, I'm sorry. I was talking about so I know that if I knew I was traveling on a travel date, it was family related, maybe emergency, but I knew about it, surgery or whatever else. Do I get permission from the council pre-absence, or do I come and ask for mercy after I've missed it and hope that I get a vote of some friendly members to approve my absence? Because it was my second one I've already missed. So this is the third one, and it's the crucial one, and they may not be such a good mood that night. Would I get the permission after or before? Or
I think it's a case by case.
Case by case.
You're not going to ever know if there's a health or an emergency or a death.
Yeah, but if I knew I was going to be out of town, I could ask for it in advance, get permission, I guess. Would it have to take place as a vote at the council? If I knew 2 weeks in advance I wasn't going to be there, do I submit it to the city manager and it takes place at the first of the meeting that we're going to excuse Mr. Walker?
I think it's up to you. If you know ahead of time, you might want to let the council know ahead of time. So.
Gotcha.
Now, you can make that part of a rule. I mean, if y'all want to actually add that in the resolution and spell out. I think I would just leave it blank, though, and let flexibility kind of rule on that.
Well, and my final statement would be, I've heard it a number of times through the meeting tonight that the intent was to shorten it, and there was no other intentionality to any of it, and this greatly lengthens it. I've not known it to be a problem on this board. Who's not been here or whatnot, so I don't know why it's in here. So I don't know if the motion's already been made, but I won't be supporting it yet again. But
no motion yet.
Okay, all right.
I do have another question.
Good remember.
Let's see if anybody else has any round one questions. I'm sorry.
I did want to ask not to keep going down the hypothetical, because I understand this hasn't been an issue yet either, but just reading that the city council may excuse absence for the following reason. So I'm just picturing like this is their excuse, and then we vote on if we like that excuse or not. Would that how that would go?
Basically, but it does spell out excusable absences or city business, health issues, family emergencies or death, emergency duties, government employment, acts of God, or acts of heroism. So those would be the excusable absences.
This is definitely one that I'm kind of with Councilmember Merrill's comments on. I see the productivity side of it that we're trying to get to, but I definitely see the babysitter and the teacher side of it that we want to stay away from. So while I will probably support the next step, there's a lot of questions that I have, but I think I'll have them on the next time for this. Does that make sense?
Question, any more first round questions, round one questions? Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding this, that section B, Roman numeral 4, you've accumulated 3 unexcused absences from an in-person attendance at regular city council meetings. So on the excused absence list, if you're out of town for business, that's considered an unexcused absence, is that correct?
If you're out of town on city business?
Not city business, just you got to take care of some business.
You're paying bills.
None of us get paid up here, those kind of things. I don't see any excusable absence on here for.
I do not see that either.
Okay, so now I guess the next question is, a lot of times government has, and rightfully so, a sour mouth in the voters' mouth due to, we have all these policies, we have all these things, and now what are we doing to enforce it, right? What does this look like from a procedure standpoint? Are we going to go into each meeting and whoever's not here, at the future meeting, we vote on whether or not their absence was excused?
It can be done either way.
We do it that night, like, all right, Mayor Allegretto's not here tonight. Does anybody know why he's not here? And then we vote?
No, I think what would happen is since he's not here, we'll pick on him. Mayor Allegretto didn't show up to multiple council meetings in a row, let's say 4 or 5, and someone might point out, hey, Mayor Allegretto has not been excused from any of those absences. And so he could then come back and say, well, actually I was on city business. Hell, he'd still have time
To kind of
get
substantiate or
excuses.
justify. The concern I have is very clear in here, is accumulated 3 unexcused absences in a calendar year. So whenever there's that kind of clarity, I'm just trying to figure out how we're enforcing this. I don't want to just keep adding things, not only to a ballot that's going to have a lot of voters wondering what the heck they're voting on, but 2, if we're going to pass this, and it does pass in a referendum, I'm just kind of asking some very early preliminary questions on how's the standard going to be enforced. But, yep. Mr. G, you had a question?
Yeah, did you have time to research this much with other municipalities or anything yet and really see if some of this kind of aligns, or is this just going by some recommendations of?
This, I'm not sure exactly where it came from. I think there was another city that has language similar to this, not locally, but the only time I've ever seen an absence requirement result in anything around here was there was a council member out in Destin 3 or 4 years ago. He didn't actually get removed by the council. He just kept missing meetings because it was job. And eventually some people asked behind closed doors to please step down, because I think he missed like 75% of his meetings his first year. And so I think.
And I've heard that, and I was going to say some of the language, if it was to say 3 consecutive, then maybe there's a step that we take of the next process, or if it's over 50% in a calendar year, because I think I kind of remember that too. Maybe there's some different scenarios laid out in this going forward, would be beneficial.
Whatever y'all want to do. That's
Mr. Mayor, may I comment? That language came from another city that the commission asked me to do some research on. So I asked about 10 different cities. Well, I sent it out to the whole clerks group, but I got 10 results pretty quickly before their meeting on that day. And most of what we got was very similar to this language. The ones who had a policy in place was very similar to this. And so then the commission just chose this particular one from one of the cities. That was how it developed.
They probably just didn't have as many questions as we have.
They weren't the ones going to be held either.
Right. Speaking of, any more questions up here on the board? All right. Public.
This was actually, I believe, Vero Beach. It was Mr. Beatty that made the motion to adopt Vero Beach. We talked about this before. When I was on council, we had a councilman that just never came. He ran for council and he knew he was going to be out. He'd travel with the military. He wasn't in the military, but he traveled and he never came. So then, of course, he wanted to come along and say, well, I can attend remotely. And, our decision at the time was, if you're going to come here and you're going to make decisions for the city, you should be here in front of the people. That's why remote attendance is not a good idea. It's not what we thought at the time. We thought that if you got someone, and this is just a long-term guidance. I mean, if you're just headhunting somebody, it's not really for that. It's just a guidance for you guys to use if somebody just doesn't come to the meetings. I mean, and that's really what, it's like, hey, these are excused. We use Vero Beaches. Ms. Barnes gave us some others, but this is the one we use. And you can adopt it to whatever it wants. But the thought is that if you're going to run for city council, then you have an obligation to be here. And if you're just going to run to say you're on council and not be here, then there should be something in place to say, hey, you got to come, or you're going to have to be asked to leave. And I think that Mr. Burns was just talking about some guy over there never came to meetings. And that's why this was kind of a guideline. You can adopt it to however you want to, but it's really, that was the whole idea. And I've seen it not only there, but in our council. But way back when I was on, some guy just never came. Empty seat right there the whole time. So that was the whole idea behind this. And if you want to make tweaks on it, it's not for you to be the teacher or the principal or anything like that. It's to get people to actually be city councilmen that are going to be here and make decisions. And the discussion at the time is that if you are going to be making decisions, you should be here in front of the public and not on some Zoom call or on a telephone call or something like that. And I think that's why they allow you to discuss now, but not vote. But to me, if you're going to discuss, you're going to make you should be here in front of the people. That's kind of the thought process that went with that.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Minnick, if you have a minute. Mr. Minnick, you mentioned it wouldn't be used for headhunting. What's an example of headhunting that you were talking
I
about?
don't have an example of headhunting, Mr. Walker.
Well, you just said
I'm saying,
headhunting.
Yeah. Let's banter semantics. The deal of it is it's to get people that are going to come in here. I mean, you love to do that.
Yeah.
You know, just, oh, what do you mean by that? Well, you know, you can figure it out. If you can't figure it out, then ask somebody else up there. But it's not something you just try to get rid of somebody. It's to get people to come to the meetings.
Got you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
And let me just, since you would like to point out that, you know, for you to call us a rigged committee is just ridiculous. You got to pick one person as everybody else did. And we spent 4 long meetings in here trying to do the best thing we could for the city. And if you don't like it, don't adopt it. But don't go around telling everybody it's rigged or it's something like that, because it's not. Who would you put on a charter review committee?
Sir, I used...
Hold on.
Oh, I thought you asked a question.
That was a headhunting question. You know, you guys picked 2 former city councilmen, one that was on 18 years, 2 businessmen, two former city managers. Who else would know the charter better than that? So this rigged crap, it's just that. It's just crap.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so another question?
I do have one
Let's start
thing.
with Mr. Burns.
You could add a provision on the excusable absences that some to the effect of, or any other reason that a majority of the city council members vote is excusable, and then that way the whole that's like this extra catch-all provision. So if someone does have a valid reason that's not covered by all these other reasons, and the city council could use their discretion to excuse that individual. So,
thank you for that. Mr. Smith.
I'm going to recommend that, and I did a little bit of research on this too, and one of the ones that I popped up was, I don't remember which cities they were, but if you missed 75 days, or if you missed 3 consecutive meetings, I think just saying three meetings, I think that's targeted, and I think that's going to eliminate people potentially running for office. And I don't have a problem with, I was in a meeting here when Ms. Riley zoomed in, and the fact, you know, she can't vote, she might not be able to vote, so that's her loss, but she can still put in her comment, you know, make your comment. So if you need to be away on business or something, I think that's what you should do, make it a 3 consecutive meetings, or make it I agree that somebody shouldn't miss 50% of the meetings, but, you know, let's not say 3 meetings in a whole year. Thanks.
Come on, Ms. Paula.
Yes, I had 2 things I wanted to address. Number one is I think it's just, it's really unnecessary. Maybe he had a problem years ago, but I haven't seen any of y'all like really skipping out on meetings. And I think the whole thing is just ridiculous. You don't need babysitters. You don't need to check in. Most of y'all are here because you want to be here. You're not being paid. You're doing your service. So I don't see that this is improving the charter. It's just wasted about 15 minutes in here, actually. Now, I wanted to differentiate or distinguish between Section 8 and 9. Now, y'all I do not like what Mr. Jeter said. Oh, let's just kick that down the road. Let's just keep it going, keep it going. I don't think that's the point of this, or should be. I've heard it said on numerous provisions tonight. Let's just kick it down. It's only the first reading. Yeah, well, not everybody's going to be here. I don't want to stand up and make this argument over and over and over in the next meeting. It is important that it's 5 or 6. Why? Because what's different in Section 8 is it's discretionary. This section here that they just added with all these bogus excuses and mother may I's and these aren't really discretionary. They're enumerated. Discretionary has great potential for abuse because it's discretionary. You know, we just got together and determined that this was going to constitute disorderly conduct. Well, then there's the argument that we have that it's just a referral, that he or she is going to get due process. We're going to send it over to the governor. Yeah, you're also going to ruin that person's not political, these are nonpartisan, but you're going to ruin their reputation as a city council member here if this is not an appropriate, and it's an abuse of discretion. So there's a big difference between enumerated things that you may be removed for versus taking away the constituents' right to their elected officials. So I think it matters, kick it down, and it got approved, Mr. Jeter, on your motion for the 5. And then by the next time that there's a meeting, nobody may remember. I mean, Mr. Brown and Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Merrill, you both weren't comfortable with it, but there you go, right along with it. You could have stopped the 5 and went with the 6. I've heard Attorney Burns numerous times tonight say, oh, I'll just change that language. We could have done that on 8, but that didn't happen. So I'll be at the next meeting to make sure that you don't just kick the can or keep it going, and that you all don't take lightly your ability to take away my votes. And I did vote for each and every one of you that are on here. That is going to change if I'm not happy with how you're representing me, my family, and my neighbors in the city of Fort Walton. So that's what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? All right, looking for some action.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to accept the recommendation in section 9A, and if staff or Mr. Jeff could bring us back some additional options for 9B, including a lot of the comments that were said tonight. Do I need to elaborate any further?
Would you rather us just bring back another the massage and language on section 9 as a whole and bring back?
Correct.
Okay.
Instead of not taking any action tonight, because that would be kicking the can down the road, I want to go on and take action tonight and get it and move forward to the next step so that we can try to get it corrected the next meeting, because I'm with Miss Smythe. I don't want to be here the next 3 or 4 meetings debating all this either, but I also don't want to miss 3 meetings.
So do you want me to go ahead and put this, if I believe this needs to be in an ordinance, go ahead and kind of get that ready as a proposed ordinance, but then obviously the debate here tonight, you'll be reminded that this was one of the ones that you took great interest in and that y'all need to really look at it closely.
And is it possible to have some different options, like we said, 3 consecutive or over 50%? Like this can stay in there as an option next time too. Okay. I don't know if this would get adopted, but another option for 9B would be miss 3 consecutive or over 50% in a calendar year. Something else to hold people accountable. I understand the accountability side of it, but I think there needs to be some other options than all of those.
Yeah, I understand that. I'll put some options out there to y'all. I mean, you might be able to help me a little bit right now though with some feedback. Would you? Yep. Do you like the idea of the consecutive? Because I will say most cities do have the 3 consecutive.
3 consecutive, yes, I support.
And then do you want a total number in a calendar year as well? So if you have 3 consecutive, do you have a number that I would like to put in there in this?
I'd say over 50% in a calendar year. I mean, because sometimes we have meetings that are canceled. Sometimes we have. I mean, do we want to put a number on it? There's none, and I mean, we could add them up. There's none.
Well, this is still your motion, so once you get it seconded,
okay. I would just say more than 50% in a year would be upwards of.
So the motion would be to accept all the changes, but to specify that it is either 3 consecutive unexcused absences or more than 50% of the meetings within 1 calendar year. Something to that effect.
And if I could add to that too, that would also include, attendance remotely, even though you can't vote. If you can be here, that would eliminate all of those.
So that
would not count.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Zooming in would not count. You're attending the meeting.
I got all that.
Second. All right. I'd like to make a substitute motion to accept those changes in section A, but strike completely section B. I mean, yeah, it's. Looking for a second for the substitute motion.
And so the substitute, does a seconder have the option to vote yes and no?
Yes.
Okay. Second.
All right. The reason why for the substitute motion, I know we have a tendency in here to talk about what's best. Is it 50%? Is it this and that? Where my head keeps going is future boards that are going to be held accountable to enforcing this standard. And I think we're just trying to do too much. As much as we want our fellow colleagues in attendance here, if somebody doesn't want to be here, I hope they get elected out. And the due process will take care of itself. If that person doesn't want to be here, I probably don't want them here. You know, so with that being said, it's just we're trying to create a whole bunch of rules. Is it 50%? We're getting some clarification between the city attorney and the motioner. It's just, I don't really see much productivity from this. Mr. Cheater.
Yeah, I get where you're going to, and again, we're trying to collaborate and get this good for the next 6-10 years. And here's what I think about that. Let's say a new person gets elected, and I'm with this Mike too. Some of us may get elected out. I don't intend on running again. So whoever gets elected up, I just don't want to see this happen 2 or 3 years from now. We're trying to get this right for the next 6 to 10 years. Somebody raised their hand, they win an election, and they do like Mr. Minnick said. They're here for 2 or 3 meetings, and they go, wow, I'm doing all of this for free. I'm not going to another meeting, and they quit showing up. I think there needs to be something in place should that ever happen again. Will that happen? I don't know. But I think it needs to be a very simplified 3 consecutive council vote. 50% in the year, council vote for your replacement or something. It can be 6 consecutive. We can increase that number. But I do see someone winning an election going forward, getting up here and going, it's a lot tougher than I thought for free, and they may not show up for a while, and then we have had a chance to take some action to have some recourse for that, and we don't.
All right. Any other comments?
You're saying free. I mean, there's the potential that it might not be for free. There's that potential. Are you saying you're in favor of it being free in the future?
I'm absolutely not in favor of this shop being for free.
Okay, I wanted to check there. I want to do a quick check.
No, well, that starts tomorrow for me, and I might miss 3 consecutive next year. So,
and then we got to figure out the standard on whether or not they were excused absences. But that's probably the future meeting, assuming this substitute motion does not pass. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Burns, is this, so if you missed it 3, I know that's not the motion, but if you missed it 3 consecutive meetings, does that trigger due process? Same thing, go back to the state? So if you, or does it, they can just vote you off for missing 3 consecutive?
If you missed, so if Mr. Cheater's motion passes.
Right.
3 consecutive absences would give grounds, and 3 consecutive unexcused absences would give grounds for the city council to start the process of forfeiture.
And what's that process? Back to state?
There's a statute that describes it.
So if you were to have legitimate issues and council said, well, we don't care, we're just going to vote you off, you still will have your due process to prove that you have legitimate excuses as to why you missed, i.e. a surgery or emergency that you didn't know about.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, any more comments?
I don't want to make it longer, but I think I agree, I think there needs to be a structure, but at the same time, I think if we lax the structure, man, I feel like I'm going to throw something into this. But at the end of the day, if you have an excused absence to miss 50% of it, to miss 6 months of meeting, you're not a council member, you're not doing the job either, I would remove B2. I would say if we lax the standard and we say, hey, this is going to be, because then it gets rid of what are we determining. So it helps that governing board. And we say either way, good or bad, excused or unexcused, you're not here. So that would get rid of the governing body making those determinations and say, hey, if you're going to miss 3 in a row, or if you're going to miss more than 50% of the meetings, that would be the grounds. Maybe that makes it easier to still provide some structure, that requirements, while getting rid of, now we have to decide what's what.
I like that. That takes the babysitting out of it, but can I go back and amend my motion when there's already been a subsequent on top of it?
No, the substitute motion has to be voted on first.
Well, I will not support the subsequent motion, but I may support an amendment.
Nice, we're going to do some procedural stuff tonight. Let's do it. All right, so any more comments on the substitute motion?
No.
No more comments on the substitute motion. All right, let's go to a vote on that substitute motion. And that motion was to accept the change, the substitute motion was to accept the changes in section A and completely strike through section B. Send it.
Oh.
All right, so that fails 3-4, so let's go back to the original motion, correct? All right, let's go back to the original motion. Mr. Cheater, can you reinstate that original motion, please?
I don't think I can.
I know, right? It's very muddy. This is very muddy.
Let's go, can I just, well,
Can we
Do you want me to state what you told me, or what I wrote down, what your motion was?
yes.
All right. It's to accept all the changes. It's to accept all the changes, and then to change that consecutive to 3, instead of it being 3 unexcused absences, it's 3 consecutive unexcused absences, or more than 50% of the council meetings in a calendar year.
And can I go on and remove the additional section, or do I need to wait for Mr. Merrill to amend that on his own?
You need to he would have to agree to
no, and then that would go to another action that Mr. Merrill would take.
Or I can make an amendment.
You can make an amendment, and if you agree,
I would like to
second.
make an amendment to that motion to strike B2. That way, it just comes down to, you have to be here 50% of the time at a minimum, and you can't have more than 3 consecutive absences. Otherwise, the forfeiture of office.
Yeah, 3 consecutive, yeah.
All right, so we need a second to that?
You do. You have to get the original
First
mover and the seconder to both agree to the amendment. So who seconded the original motion?
Me.
Looking for the second to the original motion was Mr. Browning, and then we have the amendment by Mr. Merrill.
Okay.
I agree.
Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so we're back to Mr. Merrill's. All right, so and then do we have a second to that amendment?
No, it's amended.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So now let's go to vote.
It's a masterclass.
All right, so that passes 5-2. Looking forward to seeing that when it comes back.
Yeah.
All right.
Y'all actually made it a lot easier, actually, more or less.
Good. That's what we want to do. We want to make this charter right for the next 5 to 10 years. So, all right. With that being said, Mr. Burns, we are on section
11.
11.
So it's currently titled City Manager, Acting Manager, Appointment, Qualifications, and Salary, and also it has Assistant Manager in there. They removed that from the title. And then the big changes that they made to the section is that if we start from the bottom, they took out the part where you can only have an interim city manager for 2 90-day periods, which has proven actually problematic in the past when there's been lengthy searches for new city managers. Most recently, I know when Mr. Peters ultimately got hired back in 23, more than 6 months or more than 180 days had actually elapsed. And I know they had to get some special permission just in between the time he actually got hired and he actually had to step in for Mr. Beatty. So I do believe, I would recommend that y'all do remove that one section right there. And if y'all do want to have some sort of limitation, make it a little bit longer than 2 90-day periods if y'all are still uncomfortable with totally removing it. The other major section that they changed was they actually added a residency requirement for the city manager, and they said the city manager must become a resident of Okaloosa County within 6 months of the city manager's date of hire, and shall remain a resident of Okaloosa County throughout their employment as city manager. The only that's a decision if y'all want to make it a requirement that they have to live within Okaloosa County. It's obviously up to the council. My only suggestion would be, instead of making it a county requirement, make it a distance requirement as the crow flies. Basically, there's about 40 miles from here to the farthest point away in Okaloosa County, and if y'all really wanted them to be local and Okaloosa County was in your mind, then say they maybe have to be, they have to live within 40 miles of the city limits, or something to that effect. Y'all can pick any distance y'all want. I would just pick that because it'd be a lot easier for a city manager to live right across the county line, head towards the bar, and for them to actually respond and be here at the city much quicker than if they lived up in north of Laurelville. So that'd just be the only practical consideration on the change they made. It still meets the spirit of what I think they were trying to do, which was put a distance requirement. and a
All right, so
residence
the
requirement.
resident of Okaloosa County, what was the other suggested change, Mr. Burns? The 6-month deal.
I support their change to remove it, but if y'all did decide y'all were uncomfortable with that, I would just say, instead of saying 2 consecutive terms of 90 days each, I would just say for 90 days terms renewable at the council's discretion or something like that, because that gives flexibility.
Okay. Questions? Mr. Jeter?
Do you know of any other municipalities or anything else has that resident requirement? Is that common or standard or?
So Destin used to have it, but they used to always put it in their contracts. The first city manager who's ever been excused from it was a lady back in 2018 who moved to Niceville, and then ever since then they have not required it in their contracts. That's the only one I know of for a fact.
So would it be better to be in the contract negotiations if someone is not from around here relocating? I just feel like that's going to, and I know that again, we're doing these because they're one-offs. This doesn't happen much. I get it, but I've only been up here 3 years and gone through multiple city managers. So you're going to deal with negotiating with a city manager. I think that's something that should be left on the negotiation table, because if I'm running a business and I got someone that can run it better than anybody and he's willing to drive 2 hours, but he's still going to work from 7 to 7, he's hired. I don't think DeSantis is going to come take this job, but if he does, I'm not going to make him move over here if he wants to stay in Tallahassee. So I feel like that kind of limits us, even going the opposite direction. So I didn't know if that was common, standard, but you're saying it's common and standard to be on the negotiation side.
It is on the negotiation side more than the charter.
Any other questions? Questions from the public on this?
Yeah, I think our city manager, Paul Smith, ought to have a vested interest in the community which he's managing. And I would go so far as to say that he ought to be living in the city, not living in Niceville, not living in Santa Rosa County, not living in Escambia County, not living in Leon County, Tallahassee. You know, you want this job in the city as a manager, then live in it and enjoy it. Understand the unique qualities of it, what needs improving, what's actually happening. You know, if you're living 2 hours away, I don't see how you could possibly be the best at managing a city that you know nothing about, or that you only know remotely. So I object to, or I'm opposed to what you had just suggested, which I don't even believe was in here, but making it where they could live in a different county or a different area. I want people that are invested in this city to be running this city.
Any additional public comment? Mr. Judy, you got a follow-up to that?
I do. Jeff, it's written Okaloosa County, correct? Not
Correct.
in the city. Do you know how far it is from here to the county line?
The farthest point away is approximately 40 miles, depending on which part you consider the north part of the city limits, whether or not it's the part near South Avenue or the part on Lewis Turner.
So it could collectively read better just to live within 40 miles, because you could live just as close in either direction. I know Leon County was a far stretch for an example, but it would be better to be worded 40 miles from here, because you would be just as close as still living in Okaloosa County.
It would be, yeah. And I think that was their intent, to have someone live this close within Okaloosa County. At least that's, I think, the commission. I think they probably,
Comment on that?
but they probably, and obviously they'll make public comments in a minute.
Mr. Moore?
Yeah,
We'll
and
get to you, Mr.
to go along with Mr. Jeter's, I liked his concept and idea that, and your idea that talked about it with contract negotiations, as opposed to if the gal is already living in Gulf Breeze, and they're the most qualified, and they're 52 miles away. It should be in the contract negotiations that the city manager that we've been interviewing, this is the best person for the job. Are we going to make them leave their house in Gulf Breeze or in Pensacola to move within 40 miles? They're going to say, hey, not taking the job. So I like it in the contract negotiations outside of the charter amendment, and count on this council to make good decisions when it comes that time, and say, you're living in Pensacola, it's not going to work for us. That would be our decision. So I don't see a reason for it to be in the charter myself, but I think that's just my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Holmes, and then we'll get to Mr. Smith.
Briefly, maybe at first, but I don't know that we ever discussed the option of being in the contract. Do y'all remember if we discussed it, the residence requirement being in the contract, not part of the city charter. Seems like maybe a good idea. There might be a first me and Mr. Walker actually agree on that front here. But if it's in the contract, he knows up front that he's going to have to move or not. And that might be a sticking point on whether we would hire one or not. And it goes back to the original thing. It takes something out of the charter other than us adding something into it. That's my personal thought on it.
Mr. Smith.
I'm fine with this not being in the charter, but what I just want to clarify is, to Mr. Burns, this was debated during the charter for you commission. In fact, I'm the one that brought it up. Somebody living in Santa Rosa County or being closer, but it was debated, and the commission did recommend Volusia County, and that you go this way or that way, but there again, I agree with Mr. Walker that maybe it shouldn't be in the charter. Thanks.
Just
Mr. Davis.
Charter. Industry best practices, right? I'm lazy. I'd sleep in my office if I could, but I think city proud on that. The industry says you're going to limit yourself and you'll lose potential candidates because let's say I have kids in some fancy school. I'm not going to relocate my kids, so you're going to limit yourself on a potentially great candidate, right? So that the language that you see bouncing around is who cares where he sleeps as long as he gets the job done and can respond within X amount of time. So if 4 of you fire me tomorrow, right? You don't want to limit yourself, so that's just something to think about.
I actually, just from a legal perspective, just want to add that I think you should probably put this as part of the contract negotiation as well, and not create like something so entombed that would be hard to remove that requirement for attracting future candidates.
It's a good bartering chip when you're negotiating salary too, so it could save the city some money potentially, saying, hey, we'll let you stay there, but you got to chop off $5 grand, something like that. Just gives you options.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment real quickly. Have you opened it up for comments?
That's what we've been doing.
I mean, like,
Yeah, go ahead. You're right.
I just wanted to say I'm 100% in agreement. You kind of took the ball out of my hand because I was about to say I think that it would limit us on selecting a brilliant mind per se. So me, I would like to have the cream of the crop. So you always want to get the best candidate. So in terms of where you're located at, and I don't think that should make a major difference, but that's what contracts are for, though. Contracts are established to have addendums or delete, add, delete, or whatever not. But I think that moving forward, I would like to see this being negotiated at the time of the contract, opposed to putting a limitation on a mile radius on where you should be residing. And I appreciate the fact that Mr. Davis, you came a long ways, and then on terms, and I mean in that matter, you also in terms of housing, I think that's putting a constraint on a person in terms of finding housing, because you may not even be at this point. You're here now, obviously, but moving forward, it could be a constraint on the person and their family trying to just find housing. It's very hard to find housing. Very hard to find housing. And so who's to say that there's going to be available, reasonable, acceptable house that you'd like to put your family in, move your family in. So I just believe that, contract, for me, contracts, I've been employed on a contract too, and it's an amazing time to really negotiate what your needs are, as well as, what the organization of the city needs are, and how you'll be able to meet it with your contract.
Thank you.
I have no problem with contracts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wright. I think we're getting somewhere with this. Would anybody like to take some action?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation for Section 11 with the deletion of any resident verbiage, and with the addition of, with no additions, just as that.
Second.
I was going to add some more stuff about it, but I think we'll have time in the future. But I do know that deleting the last sentence as well is just as beneficial as this, because we've been here and sat through 2 consecutive 90-day terms and gone down to the last minute. So I think there may need to be some, obviously, deletion of that.
I'll tell you, practically speaking, if you have an interim city manager, they're either going to get hired on or you're going to be in the process of finding the replacement. So it's going to be highly, if they've made it past 180 days or 270 days, they're probably your pick to be the permanent anyway at that point in time. So if you just cut it out all the way, that would give you the flexibility, I think.
We'll leave it at that, but I also want to go on record as saying why that deletion is on there. And I made a comment earlier about 4, just so you know, Jason, and no point at all. I think we've had 2, we've gone down to the 90-day term twice and come down to the last minute, but I think the previous city manager was great. He's on to a better place, and you've been a great hire, and I sincerely mean that. So I'm not limiting that because we were forced into a bad decision. You were a great decision so far, so I just want to make that go on record.
I'd like to add, as well as the secondary, the conversation about being a resident and leaving that to the contract negotiations is what really pushed me to support this. You know, the time of that council that's approving or not approving that contract, giving them the autonomy based off of the candidates and based off of the situations. Housing can be hard to find. I was also really sold on, we're roughly 10 miles to the west is our county line and 40-something miles, you said, to Laurel Hill. So theoretically, a city manager could live in Laurel Hill but not live just west of Hurlburt. And that just doesn't make sense to me. So that's why I'm supporting this. Any other comments? All right, let's go to All right, 6 to 1. Let's get to the next item.
So the next item is section 17, administrative departments, and they've made some significant changes, more in the second half of the changes they made on the red lines, but most of the earlier changes are just specifying that departments be established by resolution as opposed to by ordinance, and so that would take out basically one reading. As it says, you may change any department, the council being they, by passing a resolution after at least 1 advertised public hearing. That would cut down on 2 advertised public hearings if you did by ordinance. So it's more for, I think if y'all made that decision that y'all want to create a new department or do some, change some functions, then I think their thought process was to make it more efficient, get rid of the 2 readings. They also cut out the middle sentence, I think just for clarification purposes, but then they did add a pretty substantial last section that does provide protections for the police department and the fire department, and I think that you have the language in front of you. So, but that would be that's why it's a major change, because the protections for those 2 departments would be substantial changes. So.
All right, any questions?
I do. Reading there, which, in the middle of it, which shall require either a unanimous vote of the council or require public referendum. So that was my understanding of of a recent, relatively recent, I guess it's been in the last 10 or 12 years, that was the increased protection of those 2 departments from council action. First, it was moved to a unanimous vote of the council would be required, and now it's being prohibited completely. Is that correct? Council can't. This would cause council not to be able to distribute or discontinue the functions and duties of departments. But it also went on to say the council may change any department resolution. So anyway, am I right that it's gone from previously a majority vote could have done it to a unanimous vote to now it can't be, with the exception of police and fire? Those cannot be altered or changed if this passes.
I don't know about the majority vote, but the way it read previously was a unanimous vote of the council or a public referendum to discontinue. So that's right.
It's taken that off the board now, and it's now shall not. be able to.
You're right.
Correct.
It
Okay.
require a vote of the council or a majority vote at a public referendum. And actually, no, it says absent a unanimous vote of the city council or majority vote at a public referendum. So it's still, they just reworded it a little bit. I think this more significant language, actually, Mr. Walker, is the last line on the red lines where it says, or otherwise significantly diminished beyond mental capabilities, providing quality public safety services to the city of Walton Beach. Additional functions and duties may be assigned by ordinance, et cetera. But I think that's the big change.
Right, and yeah, I mean, it's interesting, whereas before it was clear to me that a unanimous vote of the council elected by their constituents could take action to consolidate and or otherwise address police and fire department personnel staffing and how we may get services from the county. That would have been by unanimous vote of the council. That was the restriction or limit, the requirement on it. And now that's not even an option. It's just shall not diminish.
Well, the only thing they've done differently is you still have the right to disband it.
Okay.
Either one of them, how you used to be able to, but they now, if you did adopt this change, you cannot diminish their basically their funding, reduce their funding beyond a certain level. So, because that last line says, or otherwise significantly diminished. So it would require either majority, or not majority, unanimous vote of the council or a public referendum to significantly diminish beyond minimal capabilities. So that's the major substantive change, is they've added, you saw the same requirements, either unanimous vote of the council or a public referendum to disband the police department or fire department. But now also, if the determination is made by somebody that you've significantly diminished beyond their minimal capabilities, then that also will require a unanimous vote or a public referendum. So that's the big change.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
I've got a follow-up question, and not trying to get too far ahead of this, but there's a lot of momentum with this property tax deal. And if it goes to a statewide referendum, none of us know in here what the ballot language for the statewide referendum would be or the impacts. Let me just make that clear. But if there was a significant impact and the state did approve, whether it's homestead, whatever the property tax play is, and our staff and the future council have to make some of those challenging decisions on how to still provide a quality of life that includes public safety, but might include a play that it's someone else's entity or someone else's name in a special district or those kind of things. If that were to pass in the statewide constitution, and it really were to restrict our budget financially, and those tough decisions had to be made, including public safety. I know for whatever reason, Park and Recs and Public Works, I guess, not as concerned about them, but with public safety, does that really restrict staff on making some plays within the budget without having to go to a referendum?
Significantly.
Significantly. Okay, thank you. All right, any follow-up questions? Seeing none, any questions in the public? Mr. Smith.
Just a comment, I mean, this is not something the public asked for. It takes power away from the council to make future decisions. I recommend you don't support it. Thanks.
All right, any more comments, questions from the public? Seeing none. Or you got a question? No. All right. Seeing none, looking for some action.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
Mr. Jeter with a motion and a second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter.
And here's where I got a lot of questions too. Obviously, we heard Mr. Smith's comments. This is going to go out to a referendum. This could get reworded again in future meetings. I have a lot more questions myself and a lot more research to do, but again, all this would go out to the people, and we would even maybe have an answer to your question by the time this goes out to the people to vote on.
Right. Mr. Walker?
Yeah, just clarification on that there, Mr. Jeter. You had mentioned, you said that this is going to go out to a referendum?
If it does.
If it does, okay. So, and because I'm trying to figure out what's going on here tonight sometime. But so all of these things that are on here that are getting the motions, that are getting the seconds, that are getting the votes to move forward, it's going to go forward to a future meeting for us to discuss it again, them again, each one of these again, see if we want to change any of the language. And then once we're good with the language, it'll have 2 readings, and then at that time it would be placed on the ballot. Is that the way you understand it?
Some of them would be, some of them may not have to be correct, but the majority of them would be.
Ones that require a ballot referendum, okay. So,
Now you are
so we're talking about
an agenda item that we were going to tell you the timeline of everything, but to remind you, because that was, we were going to tell you the timeline. The expected timeline is on all action. Probably will reduce everything to, most of the items will be brought back to you. Next time you'll see them in ordinance form with the changes that you recommended. So you'll still have time to make additional changes, but we'll probably bring it back potentially as the first readings for most of them. Obviously ones tonight that we'll go back and look at that you'll make a lot of changes to, there's a lot of confusion. We might want to bring it back as a proposal the first time, but some of them might want to be brought back to you 2 more times because it will require 2 readings to pass an ordinance to send the referendum. But to kind of answer your question, you're going to see this 2 to 3 more times at a minimum. Like depending on the ones, if we don't bring it back to you the first time, we'll see 3 more times at a minimum, 2 more times if y'all pass them on both readings.
So everything that's gotten approved tonight will go to you and you'll put it in proposed ordinance form?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And one more comment, I see where you're going with it, and trust me, I just sat here as Councilmember Mayor tonight said about some future state litigation, and it really just reminded me, I just cringed thinking we could do all of this work just like we did with STRs, just like we did with this, just like we did with that, and then bam, House Bill 180 comes along and we did all this work for nothing. And tomorrow it starts for free. That's disheartening. That's tough. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Yeah, hopefully we're doing all this for good reasons and some good productivity stuff comes out of it, because that'd be frustrating.
All right, any more comments? Seeing none, let's do it.
That passes 4-3. Let's get on to the next item.
So the next one is section 22, emoluments other than regular compensation prohibited exception. The changes that they recommended were they wanted to add a sentence at the very end that says this section does not prohibit employees or officers from being compensated in the regular course of their duties, nor does it prohibit compensation of elected officials pursuant to section 33 of the charter. And then they did remove a line that actually kind of created confusion in the first sentence that stated, or other than the regular compensation to be paid is fixed by terms of their employment by law or ordinance. And so I think this is before you if you want to make any changes. The only thing I would suggest is removing the part with the reference to section 33 of the charter, because then you would be creating a confusing situation if this amendment passes but the proposed change to section 33 of the charter does not pass. And so if the proposed change to section 33 does pass actually, then this section already would not prevent that supplement or compensation if the voters do decide to again provide y'all with $1,000 more. So the only thing I would say is get rid of that reference to section 33.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions from the board?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
So this is pre-30, I think, was the one that had the, it shall take effect now. So 22 was the part of the original charter. I remember 7 or 8 years ago when I became involved in the watch group and the discussion of the ongoing compensation that was going on there, and it kind of drew our attention back to section 22. I couldn't have called it until I saw it recently, but going back in time, that initial charter says no member of the council or officer or employee of the city shall directly or indirectly receive from the city any compensation, emolument, or other thing of value for any service rendered by them. So was it originally in our charter that the council shall not receive compensation or, compensation? I mean, is that, how am I reading that wrong, I guess?
It, arguably it might have been, actually, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, and so when I remember my rub, when it came to, I'm like, well, how did it happen that the council came to start getting compensation? And it was, you know, back then it was, well, it was by a vote of council. They voted themselves. And I said, well, it was against the charter. And they said, well, no one took action against the council. There were no lawsuits filed, so they just continued to get it. So that charter amendment that was passed in November of 24 was just reasserting the original charter that there would be no compensation. So I just wanted to make sure I had that right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions? Any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, looking for some action.
Motion to accept the recommendation. Second.
And could I just ask a friendly amendment to add that reference to section 33, because if that does not pass, then that could create in section 33.
Motion to accept recommendation for section 22 should section 33 pass.
Second. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Brown. Mr. Jeter?
I've said forever this should not be a free job, but we'll see as it goes forward, and we'll put it back in the voters' hands should it continue to go that far.
Mr. Brown?
No, sir.
I won't be supporting this motion. I wish I had benefits. I wish I was getting paid. I'd like to do that for my time. We just recently went through this, and it sounds like we'll probably be going back and having another meeting on the subject, but I won't be supporting this motion. So we got a first, we got a second. Let's go to a vote. All right, let's go to section, is it 32, Mr. Burns?
It's a section, actually, 32, acquisition of recreational tracts. And this is the section that does give the city, at least under the charter, the right for the ability to go purchase or acquire property outside the city limits for recreational purposes, specifically on Santa Rosa Island, or Oakleys Island, as everyone calls it. And so this just removes something that potentially is not allowed right now under state law, but if state law changed and y'all did remove this section, it might hamstring you. That's the only thing.
All right, any questions, Mr. Jeter?
Kind of like we started this meeting off, is this one that really hurts us from being on here?
Not at all.
It's nothing, not at all. And we've left a few on here that didn't hurt us. And the only reason I say that is because there are municipalities around us, and I reached out to some people from the island, even though we know that's not the city, but I grew up on the island, and they said, why would you take that off? It's kind of like the introduction to a first right of refusal should something like this ever come to fruition 20 years from now. So if there's people around us that want to kind of grow, I don't think we'll ever grow and have anything to do with Okaloosa Island. But taking this off here really basically says we throw our hands up and quit. Leaving it on there doesn't hurt us, and it maybe leaves the option open, 1 in a million, 1 in a million chance 20 years from now. That'd be accurate.
Yeah, no, it only hurts you to remove it. Leaving it on there is kind of a bet on the future that it might be easier to actually do this in the future.
And that island's over there nice. That's a really nice place. So I like that bet.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance here.
All right, any follow-up questions?
Is there any need to change the language of this if we kept it to Okaloosa Island, or is the understanding, is that fine?
Well, it does say it is limited only to Santa Rosa Island, and so Santa Rosa Island's the legal name of Oakleys Island.
I didn't know if that was okay.
So there's a chance that the island is ours? All right. Any more questions? Right. Any questions from the public? Comments? Mr. Minnick?
I was waiting for Mr. Smith.
Thank you for your patience.
I did a little bit of research into this, and I think that, we call it Okaloosa Island, but the Air Force in 1950, before the charter came along, leased the property of 3 miles to the county. And it goes from the eastern end of Beasley Park to the gate. So that, to me, is Okaloosa Island. The rest of the island is still Santa Rosa Island, and I'm not sure, but I think this might have talked about that other portion of the island. I know that the county now is talking to the Air Force about taking over the management of the beaches all the way to the Destin Bridge, but I believe that what this was talking about, I haven't talked to anybody that's told me any different, that it talked about using the portions of Santa Rosa Island, which was not what we call Okaloosa Island. So I wouldn't change the Santa Rosa to Okaloosa. That's just my opinion.
Any other questions from the public? All right, seeing none, looking for some action.
Make a motion to deny the recommendation and leave in the charter.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Merrill. Mr. Jeter?
Yeah. Whether something ever happens with this or not, it's still, language-wise, the closest we're ever going to get to owning a beach.
That's on the Gulf. We got the beach.
We got the beach. You're right. We got some beaches. White sand beach.
We got some white sand beaches, but I understand.
Yacht Club dumps.
All right, so we got it. Garner's Beach. We got some white. All right, we got a motion. We got a second. Mr. Merrill, you have any additional comments?
Same thing, it doesn't hurt us and to keep it, and might if we take it out. There's no reason. Simple as that.
Okay. Any other further comments, Mr. Walker?
Yeah, to the motioner, Mr. Jeter, you had mentioned in your pre-motion comments that there might be others that have been, are there others that we've had come before this one that we have denied the recommendation?
You've covered a lot tonight.
I don't think we have. I don't, does anybody remember any? Which one was it?
You denied one.
You did.
No, Bob?
Oath of office. Oath of office.
Oath of office passed?
You denied it. You denied it.
There was the vote was to deny the recommendation. Okay, great. Thank you.
I seconded it.
Thank you.
All right, any further comments? Seeing none, let's go to a vote. Okay, the motion passes 5-2.
Okay, the next item is section 33, prohibition of compensation to elected officials. This would be changed to compensation to elected officials. And basically, they would be providing a $1,000 per month. They call it supplement, but it would be salary that payroll taxes would be taken out of and everything under the law. But it'd be a $1,000 per month payment. And it would keep in the same basic reimbursement provisions that are actually already in the current charter provision regarding reimbursing for any city business. I think it does broaden the language slightly on what they'll reimburse you for, but otherwise the big change is the $1,000 per month.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Any questions for this board? Seeing none, any questions from the public? Go ahead, Mr. Manning.
This went back and forth quite a ways. Notwithstanding the referendum that already passed, it's up to you. This was a recommendation that we came up with. My thought was that, the first thing when we talked about it, we said, well, how do they decide on what the city council makes now? And took a little bit of research to find out. It's all part of the budget process. Mr. Beatty wanted to offer insurance for those who wanted it, and those who didn't weren't compensated. Some people didn't think that that was fair. And that's kind of what the $1,000 was for. If you want insurance, everybody gets $1,000 compensated equally. And then if you wanted the insurance, then you could take it, that's what the $1,000 would pay for. If you didn't need it, military, things like that, retired, then you could use 1,000, but everyone was compensated that way. My recommendation was to let the city council decide on what the compensation was, if it passes through a referendum. And I think the other dissension, other than Mr. Smith, who will speak about it here in a minute, was that the $1,000 was too much, it should be $500. So those are the things that we went over, and I'm sure that it'll give you something to discuss from. Next.
Well, we knew going in that my friends on the committee, how they felt about this item. And I'm not suggesting at all that they were corrupt. They just had a different opinion than what I do about this. Just like Mr. Jeter's made it very clear how he stands on this particular item. But the fact of the matter is, the last municipal election, Ms. Riley got the highest number of votes in that election, 878 votes. In this referendum, 5,168 people voted and said they didn't want to pay the council. They didn't want the council to be compensated. And this was just last November. So I think it's wrong, it's not democratic to go against the will of the people in the most recent election to try to overturn it. And that's my opinion. Thanks.
Come on back up, Mr.
Yeah, I said this before, I apologize. I think that other than Mr. Smith, that the comments from people on believe that the city council should be paid. And a lot of the comments were that they're doing the work and everybody else that works gets paid. And some sort of compensation. I know that when I ran for council, I didn't even know we got paid. But you guys know that, and I believe, and what was brought forth from the other comments were that if you're working, you should be paid for it, even though it's mostly an honorarium, although you get taxed from it. That was the feeling of the committee, and you go with the other argument would be what Mr. Smith brought up.
Mr. Bennett, quick question. Are you sure y'all had access to remote capabilities when you were on council?
No, we didn't. we didn't have, you know, it would have been on the phone back then, or telegraph.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any more questions? Ms. Ball.
Yes, I think it violates the public trust. No, we voted for these 33, 34, and 32. It hasn't even been a year, and y'all, I agree. I'm sorry that former city manager Peters stormed out of here all incensed, but it does stink. That committee stinks. It was biased. Now, what are we supposed to, we're not in that committee, we don't know, we're normal citizens, but we see a couple city managers, several former council members, and none of us, none of us lay people, or the lay persons are, sorry about that, none of us are invited to this committee. Well, we don't have that experience, but we have the experience as citizens, and we got that initiative, that referendum. We voted on it, we made it happen. There's been recent legislative changes as of May 31st that are going to make it harder to do referendums now. We don't want to have to go back and forth. We don't want to fight our own city council members. I don't want to fight you guys over this. I don't want to be out there trying to conform with the new laws on this. And if you're successful in this, these 3 issues were decided. You didn't even let it get ripe yet, not even a year, not even 2 years. Come on. That's eroding my trust in all of you. There's really, y'all want my vote again. You can't keep voting against me. And also, there's one thing before I forget, 10A. We didn't do 10A yet.
It's the last item on the...
It is, okay, just want to make sure. But I don't appreciate that, I didn't fully agree with the budget portion. And that's addressed in one of the other ones coming up. I don't want to see this city dissolved. I don't want to see it bled to death financially so that eventually it does dissolve, but I don't think that's the position. I think there's a happy medium. So going full gung-ho with this committee, the review committee, and going against the will of the voters doesn't please me either. So I'm not totally against the city in the sense of, yes, I voted on all three of those and helped them pass those referendums. I wasn't quite pleased with the budget one because I don't want the city to dissolve. I'm not anti-city. I am worried about the property tax. And if we lose I don't like paying property tax, but I sure don't want to come in here and gripe at all of you when you increase everything else to live in the city because you no longer have the revenue from that. So I'm kind of the middle of the road, and I think you all need to get back in the middle. You've gone so far out there on this with this commission and these three they're counter referendums, and that's bogus, and it's BS. It's awful. It's awful to see you guys do this. So I can't support that, even though I don't want the city dissolving. There's other ways, there's other things you can do. And so if it's successful, you get this referendum, and then you rally your supporters, and it gets approved, I can promise you that we will get another referendum, and we'll be doing this for decades. I promise you. Thank you.
Ms. Paul, can I ask you a question? Do you mind?
Yes.
I know you said you middle of the road on the budget. I think I was a citizen not even thinking about running when the charter amendments came out. Not to put you on the spot, but would you say that nobody up here deserves any form of compensation the same way that you think that maybe there's middle ground on the budget?
As far as the compensation goes, I feel that the will of the people ought to be honored on that. I feel like if like you were recently elected, so you ran knowing about that referendum. You knew that you were going to do this as, you're asking a person that has put in, I can't even tell you how many volunteer hours I have put in. It was in rescue work for dogs, pregnant dogs and puppies, but I don't agree with you guys trying to get yourself the compensation if give it a year, give it 2 years, 3 years, then seek it again. But to do this now, it violates my trust in you. I don't have faith in any of you right now who vote to do these things, to undo those.
So, and I asked you because I felt like we weren't given many options. I think when we get to the budget one, I think there's a lot of issues that come with 3%. I think maybe there's issues when you go, well, you're getting compensation and an insurance package. And so, but you, me, other citizens didn't get an opportunity to go, well, what if we reduced it? Or what if we had some control over the budget? And so from my standpoint, I want you to know, I want other citizens to know, what I'm not looking to do is reverse the will of the people. I voted no against the compensation change, and I voted yes to the other two. But now that I've come to learn more, there's definitely some things that I want to change. Not to reverse the will of the people, but to say you weren't given multiple options. And I understand why, but you were given yes and no, yes and no, yes and no. And I think all three of them are imperfect. And so just between me and you, what I go to change here isn't to reverse the will of the people, it's to get it closer to something that works, because you don't want to see the city bleed out. I don't want to see the city reduced to something that isn't the four-wall beach we know and love. So I understand where you're coming from, but I hope you can look at some of that and some of the decisions that we make up here as a way of not just doing what we want to do, but finding a way forward that's best for the city, that is going to fix some of the problems that's going to come with some of these things. So that's why I asked that, because I think there's a middle ground that we didn't get an option for on that ballot.
I think that I have a question for Ms. Neighbors, actually. You you spelled it out in a different meeting. You said how much per council member it cost for the medical yearly. I thought you said it was 200,000. That couldn't have been 200,000 for 7 people. But what was it per person? Meaning all out cost to the city for them to have.
Offhand, I don't know per person, but it was about 250,000 for all council members plus the mayor with the benefits they took and their salary in the budget, in that portion of the budget. But I don't know, I don't have it offhand what per person, but I can get that for you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Okay, so I kind of agree with you somewhat, just maybe the timing isn't good, maybe just don't do this right now, come on. You got 3 more years. Maybe give it another year and then you could put it on another, I don't know what the ballot sequencing is, dates wise, so. But yes, I do believe it would be better to meet in the middle. I don't, I mean, I was around when we had Marius or public safety. You guys don't even know about that, you weren't here. But I don't want to see our police dissolved. I don't want to see, I don't know about consolidation. I don't really have an opinion. I like having our own, I've utilized our police and our own fire services for, I had a child that needed help and they were right there. So I would like to be in the middle. Yes.
Mr. Paul, I have a question for you as well, and kind of a clarification, I think, because you mentioned you didn't know the ballot initiative process, and Mr. Merrill, this deals with you as well. I didn't either until I got involved in the watch group. And I'll tell you how, there's 2 ways it can work. The one way is how those 3 charter amendments that passed in November, how they came to be. It started with a groundswell. This place was packed with people. There were people out there. There were speakers in the parking lot so that they could hear. And there was a room over here that was overflowing. And the people came in here and asked this body, not these people, this body, to respect their request to do certain things. And they were ignored. And then so the groundswell of people, which was the watch group, they went to the clerk of the court. They found out what was required. It was to get petitions signed by registered voters, a certain number of them. I think it was 1,400 or thereabouts. Maybe it was, David, do you remember the number? Was it?
It's a good estimate.
I think it was about 1,400 had to be signed and verified. And Mr. Smith came in here with a hand truck and some boxes right there beside him. And he said, these have all been signed by registered voter as confirmed by the clerk of supervisor of elections up there. Please put these measures on the ballots. And this body once again refused to do that. So we went the full route to get them on there, and this body stalled and essentially sued the people by taking the matter to court. It went through every judge in Okaloosa County, and they recused themselves, and then it went through 2 in Escambia County until 3rd one finally accepted it, and by then it was too late. It couldn't get on the ballot, so it was effectively delayed. But then a council body got up here, they put them on there, and the voters got a choice to vote on. That's the one way, and it took about 2 years, door knocking, showing up in the park, showing up at the gun show, getting petitions signed, talking to the people. It's very hard work. Licking envelopes, Mr. Berry was involved in it, stuffing envelopes. And so that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to turn it over to 7 members that you know and put them in a committee and let them make recommendations, and that's what we have before us tonight. Is that's how it came about. I don't know, 3 months ago, the committee was formed with these 7 people, and I put mine on there, and everybody put theirs on there. They went back into a room of which there was no public comment, no public input. There was, I'm sorry, that's not true. There was one public comment made there. And so then those recommendations are here before us today. So this body tonight has the option to honor the will, as you've spoken about so clearly, of that groundswell of people that took over 2 years to put together, versus considering the opinion of 6 in that committee that's made a recommendation to us. So I agree with you. I do believe that it was biased. I believe that everybody that was put in there with the opinion that those charter amendments were not good for us, they appointed someone that would vote accordingly. Now, unfortunately, my guy that I put in there, I didn't have a litmus test for him, and he went in there and voted in favor of some that I wouldn't have done, but I didn't put that on him. So that's how that ballot measure works. And Mr. Merrill, if you want A, B, and C choice option on the future, you can go out there, you can gather the 1,400 signatures, or you can make a recommendation to amend the charter in the future. But at that time, that group of 1,500 people in the watch group or so didn't think about items B, C, and D, and E for you to, have an option on. So thank you, Mr. Paul.
Well, I think we're gonna fight it, and I don't want to fight the people that I like to represent my interests and the interests of my community. So I don't think this is the right thing to do. And I have more on 10A, but I'll get to that when it comes up.
And the irony behind all this is Councilmember Smith that triggered this charter review committee that has gone before us. But I do support having a future path, not having a whole bunch of residents have to go through that. I support having a charter review committee that is doing this, but it's just neat to see the irony. All right, any other public comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Holmes.
Try to stay on point. I'm not going to get and challenge Mr. Walker's comments or his take on it with bias. I mean, I've seen 90% of the votes tonight, maybe 80%, 6-1. Are y'all biased? How long have y'all been here tonight? Y'all know? How many hours do you put in a week? You need to be compensated. Do you have any idea what a county commissioner makes?
About 90,000.
How much?
About 90,000.
I can't hear you.
About 90,000.
90,000. How many hours do they spend up there?
Depends who you ask.
Okay, I know.
But they get an aide.
Huh?
They get an aide to help them.
There you go. And y'all have an aide that has other jobs, that has responsibility around the city. So, you're doing it for nothing. But, and I appreciate it, if you go ask a taxpayer that you're going to take some of their tax money and compensate an official, they immediately, what's their thought process? No, we don't want to give them money. I'd have voted for that, but I know the reasoning behind it. I don't want any of our tax money to go to pay officials that are volunteering. But I know the time that y'all spend up there. Some spend more, some spend less. Whether you do a good job or not, that's up to you until the voters go vote. I do agree that on the ballot there was 3 amendments. And part of the amendments were not what were signed by the petition. They were challenged in court and they lost because they were not substantiated to the way it should have been presented. But they ended up what y'all have to live with now. And you know what I'm talking about with the budget. I mean, I know the city staff would not say anything, but living with those 2 amendments is tough. It makes their job extremely hard and difficult. And you still have, Mr. Walker brings up, so what was the effective date? The effective date was the date the voters voted on it? No. So you have to go back to Mr. Smith every time he says what the constituents or what they voted for. Let them vote again. Put it out there. Maybe we didn't do a good job of explaining it to them. Was the ballot rigged? You could kind of look at it that way. You put it on a national ballot whenever you're going to expect a lot of turnout and not a local city ballot or something like that. Come on. The voters spoke. They put one of the watch group out last time. Absolutely. They may put the next 3 out the next time. We'll see. One thing I want to clear up, Mr. Walker, at the very beginning you questioned whether the social media, those meetings were advertised. I know I saw 3 of them. Now there may have been 2 other ones. So Devin did post those meetings. So I don't know how else that we can post them. That's been a problem from day one. You know, even when we had community meetings, you could give hot dogs away, you can give $1,000, and you're gonna get people there for the hot dogs and $1,000, but the hell with what the meeting's about. So I don't know how you can get people to come down here, you know? So, you know, I question again, and I'm gonna jump on that same bandwagon of a rigged committee. It's only rigged if you rig it. Did you rig it? You got to pick who you wanted to. Miss Riley got to pick who she wanted to. David Schmidt picked me. And he knows me and him don't have a lot of the same views. A lot of the things he's voted for tonight. But I respect his and he respects mine. And when we walk out of here, we're going to shake hands. Am I a lot more informed, Miss Smythe? Probably. But there's a reason for that because I'm a few years older, I think. But I spent a lot more time up there learning some of this stuff. Does that count? I don't know. You tell me. Thank you.
All right, any more public comment? Seeing none.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to deny Section 33 compensation to elected officials.
Let's do this. Paper, rock, scissors. Y'all two, go ahead.
You ready?
Is that Robert's rule, really?
Y'all were speaking at the exact same time, so.
I'd like to make a motion to deny Section 33, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to deny Section 33. That's it. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. Motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Berry. Mr. Walker.
Yeah, a lot happened there in that. I appreciate Ms. Smythe. I appreciate all speakers up here. And rigged is strong word. Biased is a word that I feel it may be more appropriate. I feel that it was the case. And I think the evidence is the proof in the pudding. We've got over 5,000 people voted in the election, despite how each of us may feel individually about compensation. I know I put in a great number of hours here and invest and read and comment and post and other things. And whether I wanted compensation or not, the people have spoken. Now this will probably surprise many of you. I will absolutely support all three of these if they're presented in the same way that they came to be to begin with. If this group, that committee group out there wants to go back to the people in the community and get their word, get their signature, and get 1,400 or 1,450, whatever number it is, and bring it, and it could save $5,000. If the people sign it and send it to their representatives, and that's what they say they want, even if I object to it, as many did back here then, put it before the voters. But to send it from us, who there were clear known objections from those former city council members, the former city managers, they were opposed to those charter amendment passage by the watch group. So for them to put someone on there, and for out of that group of 7 to come back to us, and for us to treat that as the voice of the people, is ridiculous on its face. It was 7 people speaking, not 5,000 people speaking. So go get the 1,450 signatures, bring it back up here, get the clerk to sign it, bring it here. We won't object to it. I won't object to it. Maybe you will object to it. But that's the hard work that the people put in to get those signatures up here to us. So that's why I support denying this. It's a slap in the face to those people who worked so hard alongside me, with me, without me even knowing them. Mr. Berry worked tirelessly as well, I know, and David, many of us were there. But the people spoke, and they spoke very clearly. And to suggest that the people that voted didn't know what they were voting on, weren't informed, it was a part of a big election, they were just voting, is another slap in their face. So the referendum versus the council committee is the way that we hear the voice of the people. We are not hearing the voice of the people. Mr. Smith said it earlier in one of them. That was not proposed by the people. Had they filled the room at the Charter Review Committee and said, we demand that compensation be, and even then I'd say, well, you don't override the 5,000 people who voted in that election. I think the 5,000 people, I think Mr. Minnick had said that the comments he had heard were, we should be paid. Well, I don't know who you heard it from, but I heard loud and clear from over 5,000 people that voted and said, no compensation, rein in the spending, which had been out of control for 10 years that we looked at, 10% per year, and the referendum, which was the beginning, the spark that lit the fire, was the fire assessment fee. The fire assessment fee was now the language says that if we're going to pass a special referendum, a special fire assessment, that 50% of those who it's impacted by must vote on it. That's what the people told us they wanted. They told us they wanted government spending under control. And they said they don't want to compensate. So for a group of 7, by majority vote, so in some cases it was probably 6 and it might have been 5, I don't know, to come up here and for us to act like it's a voice of the people and we're going to put it on the ballot is ridiculous. So that's why I made the motion to deny Section 33, compensation of elected officials. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Berry?
Yes.
You seconded the motion, so you go after him, and then after you're done, I'll open up the floor to the rest of the board members.
I agree. I won't be voting to compensate elected officials. Matter of fact, such as you, I have volunteered more hours than many people spend working. And I'm a better person for it. So I won't be voting for this.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Mr. Jeter?
Yeah, look, we can all sit there and debate all night. We have for many years in the past, but Councilman Walker, you helped get all those petitions signed for all of these things, and you think doing the opposite would be a slap in their face?
Well, through the process that was utilized, yes.
But yet, did you get up here and take compensation and insurance when you got elected?
I did.
To me, that's a bigger slap in the face. But we'll leave that at that. Secondly, I would like to go on and go even further. Mr. Holmes, you worded it perfect, because I did not know how hard this job was until I got up here. And I might have had feelings ahead of time when I got up here about certain things, but the more you're up here, the more that you learn. And this vote is not about changing anything tonight. This vote is not about changing anything for me personally. We are currently not going to get compensated at our next meeting. This is about changing things for people that are going to raise their hand to run next time, to get a better group of candidates or the best group of candidates, just like we talked about, whether how far you live or whether how much you get paid. People are going to raise their hand and they're going to give you maximum effort. You may not get that if you do it for free. So we can sit here and debate all night. I will say this, I love all the dialogue and all the debate. I love what Councilman Merrill is saying about meeting in the middle. Ms. Smythe, I love how you say, well, you know what, I didn't feel right about this one, but maybe now I feel this one. We have people on both sides of the room, and that's our job up here, is to make tough decisions. So on top of getting paid or not getting paid and having to make these tough decisions, here's the way I look at this as everybody was talking, and I thought, wow, it dawned on me. Mr. Burns, whenever we have a item that's tough, that can't be simply passed at one meeting, doesn't it require 2 readings?
Any ordinance does.
So to me, I would look at this the same way. Why would we not look at this as a second reading? We had 1 reading. We know the results, whether you can say it's a rigged committee or it was a rigged date on the last election. Let's have a second reading. I promise you, whatever goes after the next vote, should it get to that point, you won't hear a peep out of me. As of now, I have no intentions of running again anyway. So none of this vote is going to affect me. It's going to affect the next body that's up here. But let's give the community a second reading. The people like Ms. Smythe, who might have said, you know what, I felt this way. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to say, I feel this way. Motion, second, approved. 2 weeks from now, we go, you know what, I learned a little bit. I might want to change this now. To me, I would say, let's give some of these large items a second reading.
Any other comments? Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, I mean, even in the business world, you know you get what you pay for, and I agree. If there's nothing, and if the people wanted to see again a change, if we have $250,000 in the budget for all 8 members, then I think if I did my math right, that comes to about $2,600 a month per member, and we're reducing that by over 60% to $1,000. then you're responsible for your own insurance. I think that is a move that I would like to see. Is that palatable to the people? Is that something that they would say, okay, well, you heard us, and this is much better? Because I feel, and I'm going to say it, the fire assessment, I sat with you, Mr. Smith and Mr. Lee, and I said, day one, I would have been part of the watch group. Day one, I probably would have fought the fire assessment. And I sat there and I've seen how frustrating it is to not be heard and to not be able to change minds. And it's very, very frustrating. And sometimes when you get the momentum and you can make a change, maybe you take a big swing. And I feel like there may have been a bigger pushback. There's a lot of angry people, and I think as a city we all need to stop the council versus the watch group versus the people and find, because I'm up here and it makes no sense to me. I'm told after hours, like, good luck meeting in the middle. Like, it just doesn't happen by people that have watched these meetings. And it's very frustrating for me because I compromise and I try to move forward. I try to win in business. I try to win in my relationships. And I'm going to sit up here while you guys have elected me and try to win with the council and say, maybe there was a little bit of frustration. Maybe the city should have listened to the people. Maybe the people shouldn't have come back with a little bit, I'm going to call it retaliation, and because that's not good for the council, that's not good for the people, that's not good for the city. So I'm going to sit up here and try to find some middle ground. There's a 60% reduction. If you don't pay the people, you're not going to get the best work out of them. They don't feel beholden to you. Mr. Jeter's right. The next council members, it's going to affect more. I have 3.5 more years. Mr. Jeter is at 2, less than 2. You know, he's trying to get stuff done. And I'm going to take the same approach when we come to the budget amendment and to the assessment amendment. So that's where I stand.
A lot of good debate, and I'm going to keep mine short. We had about 7 or 8 people run recently knowing that there was no benefits. Kind of similar to y'all business owners here. If y'all are offering a certain rate and someone takes that lower rate, probably not going to offer them more money. We had elected officials, or excuse me, candidates, opt into this position knowing what the benefits or lack thereof were. So I respectfully disagree with we would lose potential talent as far as running, because we had a lot of good talent that ran knowing the benefits were not there, myself included. And I would hope future people that do run, I'm like Mr. Minnick, I didn't realize there was benefits when I first got elected 8 years ago. And then when I found out there was once I got on, great. But my whole rub on this is that, and again, a lot of good spirited debate, but I'm going to keep mine and land it at this. It was just recently spoken on in a referendum in November. As much as I want these benefits, especially not having them during this time of surgery and those kind of things, I just have to lean on what was just elected or what was spoken to in this most recent referendum, along with the 7 or 8 people that just did run and successfully won, knowing there were no benefits. Any other further comments? Mr. Walker?
Yeah, man, this is the biggest one. This is, I mean, I know everybody's got opinions on it. This is the big one. And Ms. Riley, you haven't had a chance to speak yet. Would you like to speak before I continue?
No, I don't want to interrupt you. You go ahead and then I'll close it.
Okay. Okay. So you know, you made some good points there, and I can tell you that for me and my business, $400 a month in compensation and the insurance. I already had insurance. I kept the insurance and that I had in place already, and I still have it. I've been very blessed in my business. I've been very blessed in my life, and I know we all have up here. We've all been blessed, and I know there's a lot more people out in the community that are also blessed. And they, you know, when you bring money into it, it kind of, and compensation it kind of taints the water a little bit. It's like, well, did they run for the money, or do they run because they love it? I'll tell you this, contrary to Mr. Barrow, I get it. I've heard that argument. But if somebody comes and runs for office, raises their hand to run for this office, and there's no compensation and no benefits for it, they have a love for this that goes deeper than money, deeper than compensation, and I surely do. I mean, when we bring money into to it, it muddies it, and the compensation, we're a small town, small community, yes, we put in a lot of hours, but God, I know we all love it. I know every one of us up here love it. We love the city, we love the business of it, we don't like the longevity of it sometimes, but we're blessed to be up here. I don't think money would keep any of us away. I don't think Mr. Jeter's not going to run. If he says he's not going to run, I don't think it's because of the money, is it, Mr. Jeter?
Has a large part to do with it.
$1,000 a month?
Well, it doesn't have to do with any exact amount of money. What it has to do with is we all have other jobs, other priorities. I got 5 kids. I'm missing a volleyball game tonight. I missed a golf tournament. Is any amount of money worth missing us? Absolutely not.
That's right. That's right. You do it.
But this job is not a job that you do for free, just like we talked about county administration, other people. Look, everybody has their own personal feelings about it. It's not. There's no right or wrong. Will you get candidates that run? Sure, we have some great candidates out there that have run in the past and won and served very well for free. We've had some great candidates. I talked to Councilmember Meade years ago about this, and he said at one point in time they wanted to see if they could have a larger pool. And if you go back and look, we're not going to go down all the data, but if you go back and look at the pool of candidates, there was 12, 13, 14 candidates there for a while running for 3 or 4 seats. There's times before that where you only had 4 candidates running for 4 seats or 3 seats. So it does appear that some type of compensation, whether it's a set amount of money or whether it's insurance, has certainly influenced a different type of person to raise their hand. The voters still vote who wins those seats. The voters are still going to vote if these people get compensated for those seats. I'd just like to put it back in the voters' hands for a second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one last comment. I know this is my greatest opportunity to try to influence a vote here. I'm going to try to get one. I'm going to try to get one more. I'm going to get one more. The thing that would make me the happiest tonight would to be proven absolutely 100% totally wrong. And it would be that Payne has said that was biased and that this group up here was a part of it. And I would love for this body to vote against those 3 and go back out to the people that they say would support you and support the motion to pay them and compensate them. Let the people sign the petitions, let the people bring it up here, and then I'd be voting in favor of it. So prove me wrong tonight, someone, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Walker.
Mr. Walker, thank you so much. I only mean the opportunity to speak, and I certainly will not be long, but what I can tell you all is from day one, I was here. Before I sat on this diocese, when I got selected on this diocese, I was here in this chamber when those 3 amendments came up, and when the diocese voted on it, the council voted on it. I walked up to that speaker, and I addressed the council, mayor and the council, and I told them, this is the most frustrating thing that I have ever heard of. And I even had a person that was overseas that came back on me when I had mentioned about the voters, and I asked, do they understand the allocation methodology for all the divisions? And I was talking more so on the budget part of things, because I'm government structure. Most of my life work has been working for the government. And a lot of times people just simply don't know the allocation methodology for the different divisions. Even Mr. Daniel in his division, Public Works, you got machinery, you got a whole lot of things. You got life, the longevity on machinery. You just don't know. In a sense, the average voter, and I was not putting the voter down, but the average voter really don't even understand the allocation methodology with government and how, the budget is laid out or whatever not. But me, I can tell you right now, as far as the money goes, I'm a social worker, so anybody know anything about social workers and teachers, we don't make the money, but we got to have the degree, we got to have the education. I have my master's degree, but on the other hand, I know many people that have a master's degree that make way more money than I would ever dream of making as a social worker. I love working for the people. I understand the democracy. I understand democracy is for the people, of the people, by the people. I understand that. So I'm not taking anything away from the petition. However many people that you have, the 1,400, 1,500 people, I'm not taking that away from them. I understand that, because guess what? My life work has been working with Ward 6 people, and I want to do the work of the people, and I want to be heard. But on the other hand, I've also volunteered. I don't just work. I have a job. I hold a full-time job. But guess what? Most of my time, I hold a full-time job. I'm out in the community all the time in the community. I volunteer in the community. I don't get paid a dime. I don't get paid a dime. But I do that. My job, I get compensated, but I volunteer. So I know the difference between volunteering and also working to get paid and having a compensation. I understand all of it. But on the other hand, I also feel very strongly, that a city cannot thrive without some type of taxation. You're not going to be able to uphold a city and think that we're going to be able to do this without taxation. You're going to have some type of taxes there. You got to, because where's the revenue going to come from? Where are you going to get the revenue from if you don't have it? So I understand that part of things. But on the other hand, I also understand that people just don't get up here and do the work of the people and not feel like, you know, I'm doing this just, I don't want to do this because I'm not getting any money. Obviously, you know, we're not getting paid, but on the other hand, how many councils, you know, what have we looked at best practices? How many counties have city councils and board of commissions and see how much they're getting paid? Have we done any comparison? You know, is Pensacola getting paid? Panama City, Niceville, are they being compensated? So would it be utterly ridiculous if we were compensated? I have health insurance, but guess what? I chose to work for the jobs that I've worked with in my lifespan, in my work life, because I do look at the fringe benefits. Fringe benefits means a lot. I don't need to, you know, everybody needs insurance, but I do have insurance. But hey, what about the next guy over here, the small business owner that you know, how difficult is it for them to get insurance? So that's all I'm saying is, you know, I'm going to, you know, do I support this? Absolutely, and I told you, I said it from the beginning when it came before the council. I didn't support any of them, any one of those 1, 2, 3 amendments. Never supported them. I never have supported them. But I also would like to understand is, where was that petition at? Because I was never asked to sign it. Nobody approached me to sign it. I've talked to many people that never saw that petition. So was it a targeted population that signed the petition? I don't know. That's all I ask.
That's some good comments. Mr. G.
I just want to say that, again, I will not be supporting the motion, and going forward, should this ever pass years down the road, someone can choose to take this, whatever money they receive, and donate it. You don't have to keep it, but this will just certainly be an enticement. So I will not be supporting the motion.
All right, any more comments?
Let's vote.
This is to get rid of the motion, or to get rid of
To deny the recommendation.
To deny the recommendation.
There we go.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Browning. Mr. Jeter?
Nothing. I'm going to try to catch you into the volleyball game.
Good luck. Mr. Browning?
There's plenty of conversation. I'm good.
All right. Any further comments?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Smart man.
Let's go to vote. Right. Let's go to item 34.
Section 34 is the special assessment petition. It was one of the new amendments from last November. The recommendation of the Charter Review Commission is to remove it in its entirety.
Any questions? Seeing none, any questions for the public? Mr. Minnick?
This came before us twice. One of the objections to it was that it wasn't the citizens that vote, that they'd have to give permission. It was the property owners, not the citizens, the property owners. However, we let it stay. And then it came back before us, and Mr. Smith is going to talk to this because he said there's some confusion. We were kind of led to believe by Ms. Kopp that this was already addressed at the state level. So that's why we recommended to eliminate it because it had already been addressed at the state level. Mr. Smith, he had a discussion with her and he'll talk more about it, I'm sure.
I think there was confusion over that, the state level part. I mean, I recommend this stay in. 67% of the people voted for this. This was the core. This was the main amendment that drew everybody to it. The discussion that was held was that when the city did the special assessment, they used Florida Statute 166, which is the home rule power. And there is a Florida statute, and that's what we discussed. There is a Florida Statute 170 that is specific for how to do a special assessment. If the city would have gone under Florida Statute 170, we wouldn't have objected, and it wouldn't have been an issue. Because 170 contains a statement that says, however, if prior to the levy of the assessment, the cost of the services and facilities are funded by ad valorem taxes, the taxes shall be abated annually thereafter in an amount equal to the full amount of the special assessment. So if the city had used Statute 170, they couldn't have done that for a fire assessment fee where they were doing, as Michael Beatty said, a shell game, where they were just calling it a fire fee and then moving the money that was allocated to the fire department to the general fund. So it is important that this amendment remains to keep the city from doing that type of special assessment again. Now, they can still do a special assessment. If they need to go into a neighborhood and fix a storm drain or fix something, they just need to go in there and get the people in that neighborhood, the people that are going to be affected and be assessed that special assessment to pay the bill. In fact, I'm paying a special assessment for work that was done over on Stokes Avenue. I think we're just about to the end of it after 15 or 20 years, where we were assessed a special assessment for a specific drainage project to a specific group of a dozen or so landowners. And that's still permitted here. What's not permitted is just a general special assessment, everybody without going out for referendum. Thanks.
Any other comments in public? Seeing none, looking for some action.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to let Councilman Walker make a motion.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to deny Section 24.
34?
34, sorry.
Second.
It was
Second.
lined through.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Jeter. Mr. Walker?
No, thank you for that, Mr. Jeter. Thank you for the second. And as Mr. Smith said there, this is the spark that started the fire. It was a tax by another name, and we got them. There was a price that was paid, and there was a couple of groups that formed from it, and here we are today, facing it again.
Love how we can all work together, and that's why I wanted to give that motion to Councilman Walker and gladly second it, because I cringe when I hear the word assessment, let alone the word fire assessment together. We can all talk all night about this. It was the spark, it was the this, it was the that. This needs to stay in there. We've left other stuff in here that doesn't hurt us. I don't care if the state says it. I don't care if the federal government says it. The city of Fort Walton Beach never needs to have another fire fee, regardless of which side of the fence you are on. I'm with Councilmember Merrill. It's done nothing but put a divide in our small town for the last 10 years that I feel like we could have gotten a lot more done if we never had a fire assessment. So however many times we could put another section in there, 34A and B, that says it twice. That's it.
Mr. Merrill?
It's a long time coming, a victory for the watch group that this is where it all started, and I don't think we'd be here with the other amendments had this not have gone through in the first place. So I know it doesn't feel like some of the things are a win, but I think this is where, again, this is the main point, and I agree 100%, and I believe we might not even have any opposition. Well, I don't know, I can't speak for everybody, but I feel like that's a general consensus, so there you go.
Any other comments? All right, let's go to a vote.
Did you take, oh, you took all the comments.
Passes 5-2.
Surprised you didn't.
Surprised everybody in the room.
That's to deny, correct?
That's to
deny.
Surprised you didn't.
Yeah, okay, let's go to the next sheet.
I thought it was a mistake, but yes, go ahead.
Okay,
A couple questions I got about those. Move on. All right,
Section 35, limitation on annual budget expenditures.
let's do it.
And the recommendation is to remove the entire section.
All right, any questions? All right, seeing none, any questions from the public?
Well, there again, I'm gonna, 60%, almost 61% of the people voted for this amendment. And I went back, you know, I've been working with, getting numbers from Nicole, and I mean, it looks like the city's in compliance. That all I've got is the numbers, the months through 11 months of this year. But even on the payroll, right now you're still several $1 million. Even I divided it out by 11 and added the extra month in for the 11 months you gave me, and you're still $2 million under what would be what was spent last year. So I mean, it looks to me like you're going to be able to make the numbers work. And I had sit down with Jason. He said the budget he's proposed is in compliance with this amendment. So I don't see a reason at this point to go against the will of the people. Another thing that I pulled out today was, and I sat down with Jason and showed it to him, was the petition that was circulated and signed. It set a date of 1819, so the fiscal year 1819 was when we were doing this, and that was the date, the year we were supposed to be based off of. And the overall number, budget number at that point was like $43 million. So, you know, if we'd have done it back at that date, we'd have been at $43 million, and it was on the entire budget, the whole budget. It wasn't limited to just payroll and just operating expenses. It was everything. But, you know, we worked with the city, and we tried to work with the city up until the very last minute before it was going to vote. The city wouldn't work with us and they wouldn't sit down with us and wouldn't give us their recommendations on what to do. And at the very last minute, Daniel Payne stepped up and said, "Hey, you know, I got some ideas, and you know, we need to make some changes to this." So basically, it was loosened up. What the council put before the voters was considerably more generous than what the petitions stood for. And to answer Ms. Riley's point, the reason it didn't, you know, we started canvassing the city, the watch group did, and once they got to the 10% of the voters, we stopped. We did maybe 2/3 of the city, so we didn't get to the whole city, canvassing the whole city. We didn't need to. Once we got to 10% of petitions, we stopped. Thank you.
Mr. Minnick.
Thank you very much. This is your job. This is not some sort of 3%, 2%, 1%. This is the city council's job to make sure that the city will stay afloat. So what this is doing, this 3%, is taking your job away from you. And that's kind of the way we weren't, that's what I see. You know, Mr. Smith said during the committee meeting, "Oh, well, you know, we're good for a year or two, 3 or 4 years. Well, why don't we just wait till we're in bad shape?" Well, that's not what it ought to be. What it ought to be is it ought to be put back in your hands so that you can make the right decisions for the city. And that's what most of the people on the committee believed in. If it's not 3% this year, I mean, even Mr. Reeves, he went up there and said, yeah, we're good now, but 3 years from now, we're not going to be good. So to me, take your job, do your job right, look at it real close, but don't put yourself in a situation where you can't make the right decisions anymore. And that's why this budget, this one, is important, because there's going to be things come up. We just went through all of our reserves just to make it go, or most of it. So, guys, this is your job. Let's go back out and explain to people that you're going to do the right thing. I mean, the whole thing about, we've all talked about the fire assessment fee. It was bad, but the way to fix it wasn't by doing all these things. It was by electing a new council. I mean, the council just went and did whatever the city manager told them to do. There's no doubt about that. I was against the fire assessment fee. So was Mr. Holmes. So were you. A lot of us were, but they just wouldn't listen. So what do? You get a new city council. And then they go back and they do the right thing. So by putting this arbitrary number, 3%, with whatever, but we won't do it for this, we won't do it for that. I still got 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
You're good, Mr. Minnick, keep going.
I know. So we consider this your job, and that's why we should try to do the best we can to put it back in your hands.
All right. Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Minnick, Michael Holmes. Mr. Minnick put it well. That's why we elected y'all. We elect y'all to make these decisions. You have a lot more information and availability, research and stuff to do than we do outside. You hire the city manager to give you a budget as to what it's going to take to run this city for the services you want. Then that's his job. He goes to the department. Well, y'all know. So when he comes to you and says, I need X million dollars, and you say, we're not going to give it to you, then you need to tell him what to cut. It's not his job to do that because you told him what services you wanted. We elect y'all for this. If we don't like what you do, then we need to go and campaign and vote you out. That's the way it's working. That's the way it has worked. Mr. Walker keeps referring to the 1,400 petitions, 10%. And then we hear him say that 5,000 of the voters wanted or voted for this. How about the other 14,000 that are registered to vote? They didn't tell you. The reason they didn't tell you, they trusted your decision. So if that percentage is kind of skewed and that philosophy is kind of skewed, how about those people that didn't come to you and say, hey, Mr. Smith, I like what you're doing? Did you just assume that that's what they mean? So it's your job to tell the people what it's going to cost them. If they don't like it, then they're going to vote you out. It's plain and simple. So we can make this easy. Is to saying you've met these requirements. You haven't met the requirement that the referendum set. How many changes have you made, or how many flexibilities? We've spent reserves, a lot of reserves. How much do we have in reserves now?
In general fund, we only have about $500,000.
How much?
$500,000 in unrestricted.
And how much have you taken out of there this year?
We balanced the general fund with about $5.1 million from the fund.
So we took $5.1 million out of general fund to balance the budget because we didn't have the income on the other end.
Yeah, we're falling flat in revenues, yes.
Where are we going to be next year? We don't have $5 million. There's $500,000. Man, if we have a hurricane, we're in trouble. I shouldn't even say the H word. But just think about it. If you have $1 million project that something happens like the cave-in on Gap Creek, where's the money going to come from to fix that? You're going to have to get a special assessment? No, think about it. It's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
comments. But yeah, I would just like to follow. I'm not to drill in too deep on the budget, but why don't we just finish the budget process? We're having another budget conversation today. But even more of a reason why I want to advocate, if we know our projected revenues are going down, we're also going to have to do some challenging things like either restructure our FTE or do other things to prepare so that we're not reaching into our reserves to fund our cost to do business. This past budget process, we haven't really looked at that side of the ledger as far as either outsourcing or cutting some services or things that need to be done besides just talking about how much we took from our unrestricted account or from our savings to fund the operation. So there's some challenging things that future staffs will have to do, whether it's a statewide constitution amendment with property taxes or other things. That's just what future staff or future council will persevere through. We got additional 12.5% with TDC revenue and other things that are going to fund us that we didn't have 5 years ago, 3 years ago. So budget conversation, I just wanted to respond to that, and that's all I got. Any other, and Mr. Bennett?
One second.
Hey, come on up, man. We don't have a motion.
But the whole point, that's the whole point. You know about that. You know about that because you're on city council. And that's why it should be in your hands. It shouldn't be an arbitrary figure someplace. You know, you've been there 10 years, 9 years. You guys have studied this and you understand it and you live it. When people out here, we don't normally live like that. I mean, once you've been on council, you're there, but no, the rest of the people don't know. And that's the point I'm trying to make. It should be in your hands and not some arbitrary number. Because you're living it right now, and that's why it should be in your hands.
It should be in our hands to also make the tough decisions to cut some costs as well. Ms. Paula.
Almost last time. That's a valid argument, but the counter argument is bring the cost down. Rein it in, the spending. I don't use that body weight equipment at Ferry Park. I could give two craps about paddle, whatever it is. The spending, the $3 million that you're going to do to my road and then give me 2,600 square feet more of grass and weeds. I've got to pick up trash and mow, and this is ridiculous. The spending is out of control. The water going up, you need revenue, but hey, how about the other side of that is the expenses. It's called a balance sheet, get in balance. The reaction of the voters wouldn't have been so egregiously felt by you if you had toned down the spending. The golf course comes to mind. There's lots of things that come to mind, and a lot of it is recreational. So where's our priorities? It hasn't been exactly on my road. Hollywood? No. I don't, sorry for the police, but I don't get the police presence there, but I'm gonna get a $3 million solution to not getting the police presence on my end of East Hollywood. No speeding enforcement, no nothing down there. But I saw code twice today, gotta love it, right? But I'm just saying a $3 million taxpayer-funded golf cart pass on my road, and you tell me that you can't afford, you've only got 500 left in your coffers. I'm sorry, there's 8 million or 6 million and a half in the water service coffers. I know you can't mix, but tone down the spending is the opposite side. You say you want to put the power into these 7 people because people like me don't read the budget, this and that. Yeah, I pay my bills though, and they hurt. When you guys I see everything that you're doing and I disagree with it and I go, oh my gosh, how about just a sidewalk? Do we really need golf cart paths? We don't. And I keep sending you all videos and pictures of what it's going to do to the road there, but there's $3 million around the mound. That's another how many million? You didn't get your FDOT funding. So two and a half. Tone it down, increase the golf fees. I stopped golfing, I'm not golfing right now. Why are we giving track for free? Charge it. You know, things like that. There's whatever that is, a track master, track, whatever that new thing is.
TrackMan, and the user pays for it.
Yeah, so the flip side of this budget thing is it wouldn't have come to that if y'all could have reined it in a little. You're cutting us no breaks this year. You 7 are cutting us no breaks. You know,
Thanks, Ms. Paula.
Thank you.
Mr.
Make a
Smith.
clarification. This budget amendment doesn't do anything to restrict revenues. That's not what it's about. It's payroll and it's very specific operating expenses. You can go do your parks, you can go build whatever you want, whatever you know, go get a bond, general obligation bond. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It reins in spending on payroll and certain operating expenses. And I understand me and Mr. Minnick don't agree on this, and that you guys have, you know, everything should be in the power of the 7 sitting up there. But what the Supreme Court says is that the referendum is a means for direct political participation, allowing the people the final decision, amounting to a veto power over enactments of representative bodies. The practice is designed to give citizens a voice on questions of public policy. That's what this is about. The citizens have said, enough is enough. This is a limit. We're gonna limit these numbers. And that's all they've done is limited very specific numbers. They haven't done anything to limit your revenues. Thanks.
Mr. Holmes, let's do a follow-up. I know these are contentious items, and these are things that we got to get this out on the table, and let's close this here pretty soon.
You know, to the budget, you brought it up. How many FTEs are we down in the police department?
Probably 4 or 5 right now.
5? So that figures into the numbers that they're calculating, correct?
Yes.
Is for, that doesn't count any other department. Well, nobody's here other than that. So, you know, that goes directly to his question about salaries. Why are we down that many? What is our loss of employees in the last year? And why? What's the exit interviews told anybody? Does anybody look at them? Is there any kind of discussion on it?
A lot of factors.
Huh?
A lot of factors.
So, I don't want you to cut any more police officers. I want you to hire 4 more. Maybe 6. Get rid of them damn speed zones in the school and put a police officer there. If you speed, and give them a real ticket. Make them realize it, okay? That's just my opinion. Maybe, has that 5 more police officers you need to hire, then hire them. Okay, give radar guns, use the city money. I'm sure you'll probably get a lot of votes if you do that right now from the outcry I've heard of it. But now I've lost my train of thought. I can get my age, it happens quite a bit. So, it's your job. You make those decisions. It's plain and simple. Just plain and simple. I will have to go back. Councilman Smith was probably sitting on the council whenever the property came up at where the city field office was. I believe you were?
Oh, yeah.
And there was discussion of what we were going to do with that. We were going to sell it. We were going to do this. We were going to do the recreation department on it and verify, or correct me if I'm wrong. I walked in here that night and I walked in knowing what I was going to do. I was going to vote to sell it. Glad Mr. Minnick's not here. He had been on me and on me. Don't sell it, sell it, sell it. Sat here and listened to the public and got thinking about, and one person called me and says, that's the biggest assemblage of land that you have in the city. And it's worth a lot of money. Once it's gone, and you have no control over it. Well, I sat up here in front of the council. I changed my vote in front of step 1. And, there were some pretty powerful people. Fernando, I don't even remember his name. He spent a lot of time with us.
Yes, he did.
And my conversation with my councilman was, we got to see this through. We need to put some ball fields on it. We need to make it a recreational complex. We need to get on and do it. Well, I guess it's a good thing we didn't, because you know what we need to do now? We need to build a city hall on that piece of property. We've got a county that's spending money. They've got a parks director that's got money. We know Jeff knows how to spend it on parks. Let them build the parks and stuff. You know, the little league deal may come to fruition. Put the city hall on that property. That way you don't have to go get a bunch of money. You may have half of it. Those are the budget things. Those are your choices. That's what we voted y'all up there for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, close out public comment and looking for some.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
We got a motion by Mr. Jeter, second by Mr. Merrill. Go ahead, Mr. Jeter.
All right, we could all, again, go on forever about this too. Love all the comment, love all the feedback. Mr. Smith, I even wrote some of that stuff down. I thought, man, 18, 19, 43 million. Then Mayor Schmidt said that was before a half-cent sales tax and TDD fund. So what I mean by that is, if this would have passed in 18, 19, we would have had to modify it by now anyway, because we've got so many additional, and that one did include a total cap on revenue and this and that. So we would have had to modify this one already because we've got other sources of revenue. Fitness wall at Ferry Park, it was actually paid for with a $125,000 federal grant. So the fitness wall at Ferry Park was not tax dollars, it was a $125,000 federal grant. And there's been a lot of other things where we've used the $3 million on Hollywood, whatever ends up happening. I think Daniel's doing a very good job of listening to feedback and trying to get parking spots here and there. That's half-cent sales tax money that we have to spend on infrastructure that comes from the state. So there's a lot of things that go into some of the decisions that we make up here that we know that we have to do or don't have to do. And again, this is just pushing the ball forward. We've heard from so many people that are on both sides of this. A previous city manager actually said, and that's what I'll go by, Mr. Reeves is one who I've looked up to a lot in business. And when he was up here said, we can't continue down this road. That was probably the biggest eye opener to me. So no vote tonight is changing any of this. We're just putting it back on the people to say, hey, we've learned some things from 18, 19, so we've modified this. Now we've learned some things from 24, 25, 26. We may need to modify this again. That's that. I missed the volleyball game, by the way.
Any other further comments? Yeah, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I do want to address, so I did sit with Mr. Smith today, and we did discuss that we are compliant, right? And then I just want to address some of your comments about we need to be better, more fiscally prudent, or whatever the right terms are. So, you know, unfortunately there's not a lot of people here, but if anybody's watching, I wanted to understand how we got to be compliant. So just to get there, you know, just some notes I took here. Nicole and I and all the department directors probably spent at least 6 hours total. So whatever my silly salary rate is for an hour and her hourly rate is, take all, and then all those directors, multiply that by 6. That's how much effort we had to put in to get it under that 3% cap, right? So that's money that could have been, we could have been doing much more productive stuff, but that's fine, that comes with the job. One position in Public Works with benefits was about $70,000. We didn't fill that position to get us under the 3%, and we outsourced it, and we're paying $200,000. So the guys joke around and they call it watch group math, because we're under the 3%, right? But now we're spending more taxpayer dollars. It's frustrating to me too, because I'm a taxpayer, and I pay twice as much as what you guys do, because I still live in South Florida. Anyway, every employee that we lose, it's going to cost the taxpayers $10,000. That's just a best practice figure, because I got to pay overtime, I got to post a position, I got to take time to train that person. We've lost 10 people already once this 3% cap. So the taxpayers have spent $100,000 on just people saying, screw it, I'm out of here, because this is going to cap my family at a number that's not sustainable going forward. The comments that I'm getting from the surrounding city managers are, the best thing that you've done for me, that city manager, is that 3% cap, because now I'm taking your better players, your better staff. And so they're kind of like laughing at me and giving me a hard time, whatever. That's just, it is what it is. I am going to do a pay study. I am certain that we are out of market for several positions, maybe not all of them, we're okay in a few. But if we keep this cap to get us whole and we go down 3, 4, 5, 6 years, the city's gonna have to write a check that is just massive just to get us back to market instead of allowing us to adjust and ebb and flow with the market annually. Just things to consider about there. So we're trying to be frugal with the money, but this cap is actually costing the taxpayers a substantial amount of money. It's not the way you rein the taxes in. You do that with picking projects that we can afford, right? Just to get under that, budget processes that I'm familiar with, we've changed this year, and it's got the staff freaking out. I took away the slush funds is what I called it, and it's just something I'm not familiar. And what had happened is, and this again, I'm parroting what people have told me. Council wants all these mid-year projects, so we keep a little bit of extra money just in case, so we can appease, and that's just not how it works, right? If we're going to do that, then we either take another project off mid-year or we put it in next year's budget. So that was a huge cut to the budget this year. It was like 400,000 ballpark. All right. And there's just a lot of processes we're putting in place to rein that spending in. We're not allowing individual printers anymore, which sounds silly, right? But they're very expensive in the toners. Now I have to walk down to the end of the hall to get it off the copier. Great, who cares, right? It's the right thing to do. I don't want to spend one more dollar than I have to because I'm also a taxpayer, or Nicole. So I want you to understand that we're trying to trend that way, but this is the wrong way to do it, if that makes sense.
All right. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments? Mr. Wall?
Yeah, another big one here. Sorry, Jeff. You know, I've heard, listened to it all, and as Mr. Jeters pointed out several times, appreciate the dialogue, the conversation, disagreement, debate, whatever you want to call it. And it is our job up here, and it's our job to fulfill, you know, we call them several different things: voters, citizens, property owners. But the other thing that we don't call them much is our bosses. They are our bosses. And our bosses told us recently, you know, we've all worked for bosses, or we're all bosses. If you tell your employee, I want you operating at 3%, and we say, well, we can't do that, that's hard, that'll never happen. There's only so many times that the boss will listen to you before they fire you. That's what they do, right? I mean, if you tell your employee consistently, I'm your boss, do what I need you to do to make this operation work, I'm going to fire you. So we don't ever refer to them as our bosses, but they are our bosses. They spoke clearly at the ballot box in November, and they said, here's what I want you to do. And I want you to operate with a 3% increase, as Mr. Smith said, on 2 categories, the personnel and certain other capital expenses, I believe it is. So they've spoken. Both bosses do not want to hear our excuses. They want us to hear their clear instructions, and they spoke clearly in November. Mr. Burns, I want to check on something here. By referendum, and I know I've been talking about consolidation, privatizing. You know, I know that by privatizing, one I've spoken about publicly several times is the golf course. If we eliminate or turn it over to privatize, that opens up a gap in the budget of that personnel expense. If that's no longer on the citizen taxpayers, it becomes a private matter, and it frees up that space in there to pay other needed employees. So that's just my way of problem solving with the restrictions or the limitations that our bosses have put on us. So I'm convinced that if this body up here as a group decided that we wanted to achieve 100%, we could do it. But the counsel of the will is not there. But just out of curiosity, because I want to put it to the test on the referendum, which we had recently, and there seems to be some opposition to it, but how can a city be dissolved? Isn't it by referendum?
No, you have to get an act of legislature.
Act of legislature. Is it initiated by a referendum?
It is.
Okay, so if a referendum was initiated and it was sent to an overwhelming fashion, I mean, like 90% of voters showed up and they did it, and they sent it to the state, we would expect the state to respect the will of the people, right? It would not come back here to this council and ask their opinion if they thought the voters were wrong, right?
It's not been done really
Right.
recent memory, so I have no idea what the legislature would do.
But I mean, that's the process. A referendum is initiated, it's sent to the state, they pass it. It doesn't come back to this body and say, do you guys think the voters were wrong? Do you want to give them a second chance at it? That wouldn't happen, would it? Okay. All right, I wanted to confirm that. And lastly, I just wanted to say, my girlfriend's son asked me tonight before I came out here, what do you talk about in city council meetings? Do you ever get bored? I said, no, sir, I do not get bored, and none of us do. We're all up there working our hardest. I'm working my hardest. I know we all are. We have different problem-solving techniques and thoughts and all. So I thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Ryan.
I can tell you what, I'm going to work my hardest to make sure that the city of Fort Walton Beach does not become a desert town. And I can promise you that. I'll do whatever it takes that this city does not become a desert town behind a 3% cap. And I say it and I continue to say it. A city is not going to be able to thrive without revenue. You got to have it. You're going to have to pay some kind of tax. You know, do I like a lot of taxes? I'm not telling you I'm out there cheering for, for us to be able to have to pay all, a high percentage of taxes. I'm not. But what I keep telling myself, make it make sense. How do we continue to do that? And if you put a referendum out there to dissolve this city, you know what? That would be the most horrible thing in the world that we will be able to do. And I know you may have been using that 4-point, Councilman Walker. For me, this is a beautiful seaside community. A beautiful seaside community. Do I want the police force? Absolutely. Do I want to give the police force to Wright or to the county? Do I want to do that? Absolutely not. Me, I'm a very competitive person. Them Buckeyes just won the national championship. You think I want to fire Ryan Day and just come and go get somebody else? Heck no. You think I'm going to give up our 5-star police department to the county? You think I'm going to give our 5-star fire department to the county? That's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. I'm going to keep fighting and fighting and fighting, and regardless where I get voted in, if I decide to run another term or whatever not. It doesn't matter. What matters to me is this city continue to grow economically. We develop this city economically, we continue to grow it, and we continue to enhance this beautiful seaside community of Fort Walton Beach, Florida. I will not stand by and allow it to become a desert town.
Mr. Merrill.
Just real quick, I think the point of the budget cap, the idea behind it was to save money. And I think Mr. Davis said it best. It's already costing us money. I was in the military. I refer to it as the use it or lose it budget. Guess what? They're always going to use every little bit they can. And it is a 3-4 year down the road thing where we start to see the negative effects. But I would just ask, how much money does a 3% budget cap save each individual citizen? We could raise the millage. We could raise anything and everything. We have no intention of doing that. But that doesn't save the taxpayers any money. It gives us a very rigid budget to work with that costs us more money, and you have real time. If he was saying, man, we saved a bunch of money, I promise you I'd be the first one to go, well, let's do that. That's working. But he's already shown you where hundreds of thousands of dollars are going to waste. I know you don't want to hear that if you're for it, but that's not something I'm going to stand behind and vote. I don't see how anybody could hear the real numbers and go, well, we don't care. We want to do that. The people obviously want us to waste money. And I got elected to do this. And the people that elected me to do this, if I have a one-on-one conversation with them, the majority of them, from what I hear, that's not the intention behind that. The intention is to save money, and it's costing us money. We need to fix it now. We need to be trusted to be fiscally responsible. Let's sit down and talk about Hollywood. Let's sit down and talk about spending money. Mr. Davis has a mandate to make this city as beautiful and great as possible while staying within a budget that we all come to and have to have a majority vote to agree on. So, like you said, it's our job to do that, and trying to put this structure in makes it harder, makes it impossible, costs us more money, and it's a waste of time and money.
Mr. Brown.
I wasn't going to say anything, but Mr. Merrill kind of hit it on the head, was it doesn't prevent money, just like Mr. Smith said, it doesn't stop revenue. The city's going to keep making money, be it a millage rate or, water bills or anything like that. So I think that was kind of the way that it was portrayed to a lot of people, was like, hey, we're going to limit this and we're going to save the taxpayer all this money, and it's not. As been pointed out, it's still bringing in revenue. It's not going to stop. So I'm going to support the motion. That was just a great point made, so I just wanted to throw that comment out there.
All right. I have a feeling we'll be debating this a couple more meetings, and then probably some kind of campaign, I'm sure, will be out there as well, and all the way to the referendum. But yeah, I think there's somewhere in the middle between, I'm hearing a lot of the doom and gloom of the sky's falling and the city's going to dissolve, and then, there's the other subjective argument of, we need all of this to grow, and I really do believe there is something in the middle. And what I mean by that is Ms. Riley mentioned about other cities around us and doing where Destin is a place that a lot of people either visit or live. They're not a full service city. They outsource a lot of their services and a lot of their programs. What I'm getting to is, I'm not saying I want to dissolve. I'm not saying we need to dissolve. But there's other municipalities and other communities around us that have a great quality of life, that have a lot of people that are attracted to going there. We've had park and recs folks that have worked here, that have worked in the county. We've had police that came to the county, that came here, back to the county. We've had, in my 8 years, multiple police chiefs and fire chiefs. So, people come and go. And yes, people are valuable, but I'm just trying to head off this narrative of, the city's going to dissolve. And I just don't see that. So that's my comment. Any other further comments before we go to vote? All right, send it.
Is that a second? It's been a minute.
Been a few seconds.
All right, passes 4-3.
Mr. Mayor, could we get one more quick bathroom break?
5 minutes, 8:51.
Second. Get that on the vote. I'll say that.
8:51. section, Mr. Burns?
The final substantive section, it's the new addition, the proposed new addition, it's section 10A. Charter number is appropriate because if y'all do approve this and pass this, we probably would need to actually number like 11 or some other number, not 10A, but the substance of it is a prohibition basically against council members, the mayor, or any of their family members or related entities purchasing property that the city holds a lien on unless the city council votes to allow said purchase, and also that the purchaser and the seller or their authorized representative are present.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Public, any questions?
Comments on those? Is this comments?
Questions, comments?
Yeah, so my comments are number one, that I feel that Councilmember Jeter has a glaring conflict of interest and should not vote on this. And that would be based upon the 15 Elm. You have stated that you would, that property was under the purview of code enforcement. Actually, the signs are still up. I went by today. It still says that, even though at the magistrate hearing they said that it was now under your ownership of your company that you have a controlling interest in, but the sign hasn't changed. In any event, I feel like this is a glaring conflict of interest and would ask that you refrain from voting on this. The second issue I have with it is that I don't think it goes far enough to prevent future self-dealing by those employed by the city and or elected city public officials. The proposed section would or should prohibit all city employees, family affiliated entities, council members from purchasing real property that the city has a lien on, but moreover, the proposed section should extend to all real property that is subject to any and all types of city code enforcement. The property at 15 Elm had just been publicly, code enforcement had condemned it through the police enforcement action or police raid that had happened. I believe he went to jail for that, the homeowner, and then within 5 days or so, Mr. Jeter was up there soliciting to buy this property. That was the subject of a current code enforcement action. I don't think that's right. And I don't think that's what we want to see, and I don't think this section, I don't know what the commission used as a basis to decide this, I don't know, but it doesn't go far enough. Why are we going to let it get to a lien before we say, hey, no, don't self-deal. You're going to violate the public's trust if we allow you to do that. If there's any property that is subject to code enforcement or police action such as condemnation, none of y'all ought to be buying it. Your families, your affiliated corporations, including Lieutenant Williams, Chief Beige, any of the city employees should not be doing that. That is a conflict of interest. So that's my feeling on that.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none.
Do I need to recuse myself from voting on this at any reason at all?
No, your stated potential conflict would predates the effective date if it actually did get passed by the voters. And so, no, your net purchase of that property that I think everyone's referencing would not be impacted one way or another by this amendment, so you can vote on it.
Okay, second question is, or their authorized representative. I know the other day we had a question of being an attorney. What would that mean? Say you're purchasing a property, and I'll just give a quick brief story. Again, I know some of the neighbors on this street that keep me in light. I'll give you one that's happened just recently. I know another neighbor on another street. I've been trying to buy a property for many, many years. They just called me and said, Mr. Jeter from JBJ Builders, not council member, they said, hey, Mr. Jeter, you know the house you've been trying to buy? There's a U-Haul over there. They're moving. You may want to get back on it. So I reached back out to the homeowner. So just kind of connecting the dots here. The homeowner actually said, like we have all felt, taxes have gone up, insurance has gone up. I probably want to sell in the next few months now. So just hypothetically thinking, the way all this has been taken out of context, if I were to buy that property, which is in this same neighborhood, from an individual that I've been trying to buy it from for 5 years, who's told me, no, 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 not going to sell it, not going to sell it, my family's living there. Well, now their family's moving, and now they want to sell it because taxes are getting too high. would the fact that I voted on however I voted on the millage rate in the past have any effect on me buying that property and what their tax bill is?
No.
Got it.
All right, any more questions?
Yeah, and Mr. Jeter, I tell.
Well, actually, your vote would have affected their millage rate. That's what you mean. But do you have a conflict on purchasing it? No, you don't have a conflict. If that's your question.
Copy.
Mr. Walker?
Yeah, along those lines, Mr. Jeter, because I had a piece of land across from me at my office that this body was voting on, and Ms. Cobb was here at the time, and I asked about recusing myself because I didn't want any appearances of my influence. I mean, the property was directly across from my office. He said, well, it's not contingent, so you can vote on it. And I voluntarily elected to not vote on it just to avoid any appearances. So, I believe, if Ms. Cobb's advice is still right, you could choose to recuse yourself if you wanted to. You don't have to. And so what she told me, I chose to recuse myself back then. So just wanted to, is that of your opinion as well?
Not, if it's the question of capital taxes, no, you can't.
No, I'm talking about his first question. His first question was in relation to her, talked about recusing. Asked if you needed to. I think at any time, is it true that a council member can choose to recuse themselves?
No, you have to have a legally justifiable reason to do so. In your situation, because the property is right across the street,
right?
You could argue under some of the ethics opinions that
sure.
You could. I actually would have advised you not to if I was the attorney advising that situation. But you can get different answers from different attorneys. But Mr. Jeter does not actually have the legal right to recuse himself under the state law on this particular vote, on this particular situation.
Okay. Trod? Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right. Any more questions, comments?
I have one question.
Mr. Bennett.
From back when I was on council, if I may address the city attorney, I'll do you. It's my understanding that city council has to vote unless they have some sort of monetary benefit. Is that correct?
That's one reason.
What else would be recusal? Because that was the only one that I thought you could.
Family members are involved in situations. There's other things other than monetary, but it's usually going to boil down to some sort of monetary reason. But it's about family members, and if they're presenting something before you, then you've got to recuse as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more questions from the public? So moved to remove this recommendation from the Charter Review Committee.
Second.
All right. My reason is this. I mean, there's an agency, that the statewide agency has, the Ethics Commission. There's already some statutorily standards that speak to this. Not everybody in the public gets to see, all the things, and rightfully so. But knowing Mr. Jeter for 20, 30 years, and these are things and practices that he's been doing to make the neighborhood better, I hope he continues to get more to make things better, and other builders like Mr. Smith and others continue to do that. And I hope, I don't know the procedural of where we're headed with this, but I hope Mr. Jeter brings that property back to this board. And hopefully this board considers removing all the liens and fees so that builder, just like any other builder that has come before this board my last 8 years, we have waived many liens and many fees because the behavior changed from a blighted piece of crap with homeless people living inside of it, with sewer open the backyard, and we have public safety that has substantiated nuisance issues at that house. We need to continue to clean up the city of Fort Walton Beach, and Mr. Jeter is just one of many builders. So that's the reason why I made that motion. Mr. Browner?
Yeah, I mean, just the same thing you said. It doesn't need to be in the charter. It needs to go to the Ethics Commission.
Any further comments? Mr. Jeter?
I'm going to support the motion simply because, as Mr. Burns said, this does not affect me on this transaction. And I'm going to support the motion so that going forward, should there be another builder up here 5, 10 years from now that wants to clean up blight in our community, I don't think we should restrict them.
All right. Any further comments? Let's go to vote. Right, 6-1. Let's go to the next item. Discussion on timeline.
And so I guess now I know Ms. Barnes will provide some information on when the potential referendum dates are from Paul Lux. Kind of what drives the timelines, what date you pick, you want the referendum to be. If y'all pick March, we're gonna have to get a lot of things to you in very quickly over the next couple months. So they're both prior to Mr. Lux's deadline, which is sometime in the middle of December. So I know if worse came to worse, we could be voting on everything at the December meeting to get it on the referendum. But if you do want to get it on the March date for next year, then it would require getting it in definitely before Christmas. And I do know the Charter Review Commission did recommend, I think they did it unanimously, that they don't want like a special election date selected. So they don't want it being on February or September, some odd date like that, that you could elect to do it. But technically speaking, next March is a special election date for the city, but Mr. Lux has indicated that, I do believe Mr. Barnes had a discussion with him that he indicated since there's other municipalities actually holding elections on that particular date, he'd be willing to treat it, at least administratively on his side, like it's a regular election for the city. I do believe, is that right, Ms. Barnes?
That's correct.
So the Charter Review Commission technically recommended only a regular city election or a regular election date, which would not include next March, but next March is conceivably open to you if y'all want to pick it per Paul Lux.
All right, questions? Mr. Jeter.
I'm assuming if you didn't say it, that would save us some costs, right? We'd be able to shoulder some of the costs with that as well? It would not be a,
You would share the cost with the other cities that are having their election at that time.
which would be a lot cheaper than if we were to do a special election.
Yes.
Got it.
Because we would end up paying for all of the staff that would have to run the election and everything that goes along with it, but it would be shared cost.
I did not add that in 3%.
We did put in for an election though. Yeah.
It's not subject to the 3%.
Well done.
I'm just making sure I'm done.
You're good.
Would there be any additional cost in any other election dates, like August or November?
I think it'd be from what all right, so the only thing I know about this is I've talked with Crestview and Destin, and they said they had not had any increase. Because they do their election now in November. They moved theirs from March to November. So I think if your question is if the referendum was put on the August or November date for next year, I think, again, it's going to be a share, it's going to be a minimal expense. Again, it's not going to be the city putting the whole bill because the apparatus is already running for the elections. So it's going to be still cheaper than picking some special dates.
Correct. I guess from comparing and contrasting March 2026 to August 2026, would we be sharing the costs with other people? Like how you mentioned in the March 2026, we'd be sharing costs. Would we be sharing cost in August of 2026?
We would. I don't know the amounts and the percentage wise because that would be a bigger election in August. So I don't know how much of a percentage we would have to pay. But just knowing how, there will be a few cities involved in, but I don't know the exact totals in August.
Gotcha. Mr. Jeter.
What timeline-wise are we able to do that? Some of these things are requiring two readings. So let's see on here, December 25th. We've got one meeting in December. We've got one meeting in November.
2 in October.
2 in October.
We can get all this to you. We can get it all done. If y'all pick the March date, we just need to know.
I just want to make sure I wasn't putting too much pressure on you, or you were going to you can get it done.
Okay.
That gives us plenty of time. Yeah.
Has anyone heard any concerns? Because I've heard some. I just want to know if anyone else has heard. We had the referendums passed in a general election with a huge turnout. 70 some odd % of the voters voted, to pass them.
and I think that was a little over 5,000, maybe up to 6,500. I know Mr. Smith said 5, but I think it was closer to 6,300. But anyway, do we know the historical turnout of a march? I think, David, one time, Mr. Schmidt, you had referenced early on in my career how few people turn out. We get 1,400 people show up for those March elections as opposed to August or November. So, it just, would point out the obvious. I don't know if anyone else has seen this or felt this, but, the idea of if there are 1,400 people show up and it's split almost equally, that leaves 700 people voting to override the will of 6,300 people. So I'm in favor of repeating the charter amendments if they make it to that point at a state or national election time, not a March election time. Because it just seemed perverse to me, but I don't know if anybody else had seen or heard anything like that. So,
I think any more questions? Any questions from the public? Mr. Smith.
I just wanted to point out that the review commission recommended that this not be a special election and that it be a city municipal election or a general election. We did that on purpose so that the most people would show up and vote. And it goes back to, like Mr. Walker was saying, if you get 1,000 people that show up, and you may not even get that if you're just talking about charter amendments. Like I pointed out, Ms. Riley with the highest number of votes in the last election got 878 votes. I don't know how many people showed up to vote, but probably less than 1,400.
Yeah.
9,646 people showed up and voted for these charter amendments with over 5,000 or 6,000 different numbers voting to approve them. So it should go before at least a municipal election where this city has people on the ballot or a general election. Thanks.
Any more questions from the public? Mr. Brown.
Were they clear about when they said municipal election, did they say our municipal election or did they say a municipal election?
It was specific. There was much discussion over Mr. Minnick, and I don't think he voted for it, but he can attest to it that it was at this city's municipal election.
Okay. And I'll also say I appreciate the 1,400 people that came out and voted and the 820 votes that I got. So I don't want to, go this many people versus this many people. Those people showed up, knew what they were voting for, and it was for us three, and I'm super happy about that.
Ms. Paula.
Yeah, it would be inherently unfair, and it would really kind of border on the idea of being rigged if we were to take and put it in an election that was not a comparable voter turnout event. I thought that they said that the best that we normally do is something like 8% on our special elections, something like that. So to have it be at a comparable election date that was the original referendums were voted on is more fair. So y'all want to not look like you're biased, rigged, shady, then do the right things.
Mr. Minnick.
I totally disagree with that. I don't think it looks rigged. I think to do it during a municipal election would be the time to do it, or especially if you thought it was that important. But, I think you get as many voters as you did in the last one when Donald Trump ran, that'd be tough to do. So unless he runs again sometime and we'd have to wait 4 years, I think that probably you're not going to get that kind of turnout anyway. So municipal election would be the excellent time. As a matter of fact, it would give the advice of the supervisor of elections, what he says that you need to let him know by December for next March. That would be a good time to do it. You and I can talk about it later.
Ms. Paula, let's do it.
Midterms in November of 2026 are absolutely going to be comparable.
All right. Any more public comment? Okay. Mr. Junior, you have a question?
I got a motion.
All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to elect March 10th, 2026 municipal election.
Second.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to go for August 2026.
Second.
And because of that, I'm always going to lean towards getting higher voter turnout. I've spoken that for about 8 years, and I'll keep speaking it. It's a dangerous slope to start discerning whether or not the 30 or 40% of registered voters from the city of Fort Walton Beach showed up in August or November compared to the 8 or 9% that show up in March. I don't want to start the narrative that I've heard this past campaign for these charter amendments, that there was a lot of excuses about it happening in November, or it happening when it did instead of March. The goal is to get as many people engaged. I'm going to always lean towards that way. So that's why I made the substitute motion.
I made the second. Do I comment next, or does it go out?
It's you.
Okay. So yeah, I seconded the motion because similar reasons to Mr. Schmidt made, but I used the word perverse. I said it when I saw it coming, and that was months ago, that what was going to happen, these motions would be passed by the committee, they'd come back up here, and then they'd be put on, and they'd go to a special election. And I concluded how perverse it would be to have the voters, 600, 800, I appreciated all my votes too, Mr. Browning, but to have 800 voters through this system, whether it's biased, rigged or not, override 5,000 or 6,000 voters is as close to the word as perverse as I can use. It's just a very descriptive of the process that would actually be. It's unfathomable to think that 800 could override 6,000, but that's the way things are shaping up. It's just, I can't imagine it, but here we are. So I second it. I look forward to the vote, and we'll go from here.
Further comment?
Yeah, I will not be supporting it. We've had a lot of comments tonight on kicking the can down the road. There's no point in kicking the can 6 more months, and I'm with Councilman Walker. I was here at the building the first time when we all heard about the fire field like we've talked about tonight. Man, it was packed. So if there is a vote that touches the voter's heart, they will find a way to get there and vote. I would love to see that March 10th municipal election turn out more voters than we've ever seen for one of our municipal elections, and then we'd have our answer. But regardless, we can all sit here and say, oh, it's rigged this way, that's why you went on that election. It's rigged this way, that's why you went on that election. No, I just want to go to an election as fast as possible so that we can put all this to bed. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, is the point to get as many people there as possible, or people to come to vote on what we're talking about? Because if we have 1,400 people show up to vote on what they know they're voting on, and then you say an additional 5,000 people show up on a normal basis, are those 5,000 people, are they paying attention to what we're voting on right now? I mean, because if we're talking about, we want numbers, we're not talking about, we want people who show up for our municipal elections to vote for the people that they want.
So what percentage of those people that voted in November do you think didn't know what they were voting for?
I have no clue.
Right. So,
I mean, I'm not going to spit an answer and then just, it's just, I have no clue. But I'm saying, I'm just trying to understand the difference, because let's push it for high quality. It's quality over quantity is what I was suggesting, but.
And that's a good question, and that's what I was alluding to. It's a dangerous slope, I think, of making the assumption that a smaller voter turnout is of better quality. Because then we're making the assumption that folks who show up in November aren't quality voters that are registered voters in the city of Fort Walton Beach.
That's just an assumption, though. It's not a fact.
Correct, and it's just a very subjective assumption, and I'm just responding to your question. I think the registered voter in the city of Fort Walton Beach, whether they vote in March or November, whether it's a city council election or a charter amendment referendum, whoever's advocating for the charter amendment referendum or an election is tasked to go out there and share the message. And I'll always lean towards having more people is a quality and a quantity. Any other?
I think in numbers, March, people are here in town. They're not on vacation. Whereas August, they're still on vacation. Well,
True. Good point. Good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
They could be on vacation.
well, I'm just telling you.
We know they're here in November, though.
We know they're here in
They
November.
turn out in big,
Yeah.
big numbers in November. They're back.
Yeah. Well, hey, I work the polls, you know, and I'm counting numbers. In March and November, we get more people come in than we do in, say, August. They're still on vacation.
Mr. Berry, I respectfully disagree with the data from the Supervisor of Elections Office. Fair enough. Mr. Merrill.
Real quick, you guys keep alluding to the big numbers, and I'm happy to. I voted no to take away the compensation. Before I ever thought about running, I voted yes for the assessment, which I stayed with today, and then I changed my vote, what I voted for in that election. So those numbers, as I became myself, speak for myself only, as I became more aware, as I saw how this could hurt instead of help, as I saw it hinder instead of promote the city, I have changed my vote. So those numbers already have changed. I've talked to several people, and I agree that they were there when they were there. But putting this before the people that care about the city, I don't see any reason to wait. I like Mr. Berry, there's more people in March.
Stop it. All right. Seeing no more, let's go to a vote for the substitute motion that was to make a move on doing the referendum in August of 2026. That'll be our first vote. Depending on how that goes, we'll vote on the original motion. All right. Let's do
March.
All right. So now we're on the original motion of going to March, which will probably pass 5-2. Go ahead.
I'd just like to say, I will be in town for that.
All right. Who seconded that?
I did.
Okay, Mr. Logan or Mr. Bradley?
I'll be here in March.
Yeah.
Glad you'll be in town as well. All right, with that being
I had a question for Mr. Berry with her being there. Between March and November, what do you see? I mean, no, I'm serious. I mean, I've been, I've heard it up here. I was sitting out there when some member up here called the voters ignorant. She too was an ignorant citizen, she said. And I'm hearing just little remnants of that says, the people that show up in a general election in great numbers, they're not the quality. That's what I've heard. I mean, Mr. Smith brought it up, and Mr. Merrill, I think you've indicated that they're not as loving of the community when they show up in November and they don't show up in here. I get that, but the voters voted in large numbers, and again, just the perverseness of it. I have to state it again. The perverseness of 800 overriding 5,000 is just disgusting to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. And no more comments. We're ready to go.
What are we voting on again?
Voting on March when everybody's in town.
Okay.
God.
Looks like we're on the March election. Looking forward to seeing this candidate on how to educate the community on all these referendums that we'll get to. With that being said, do we have any more business? I don't see any.
Just so you know, expect more, we'll call controversial ones y'all have like more kind of language you may be need to massage. I'll get those proposed ordinances to you earlier. Probably not the next meeting, but definitely by the second October meeting. But everything that you passed with flying colors, you're probably not making any changes to. We'll get those in before December, but we'll definitely first get the controversial things to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Burns, for bearing a lot of the questions. I know you're filling in. I say filling in with Ms. Kopp being, on the special project of this Charter Review Committee. So thank you for filling in a lot of our questions as well as the community questions that you're filling in for. So if there's no other business to discuss, meeting adjourned.